Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to council meeting for this beautiful July 11th. If you looked outside, it's not raining, which is really good. For the last 2 weeks. We had a lot of rain. I'm glad that hopefully we can dry up this week. Members of council, there's an agenda before you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Town Council adopt the July 11th, 2022 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Okay, thank you. Administration, anything to add to the agenda?
No, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, moving on to number 3 of our agenda is the public input session. This is the time that we allow residents to talk to council about anything that's not on the current agenda. So anybody has any concerns, suggestions, or just want to chat with council on something that's not on the current agenda? Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
No, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you. So move on to the next one is presentations and delegations. We do not have any registered today. Moving on to number 5, which is a statutory public hearing. The public hearing is to deal with the land use bylaw change for bylaw 2661/LUO/22. As this is a public hearing, I will call the hearing to order. Right. And it is in accordance with section 692 and 216.4 of the MGA, or the Municipal Government Act, and that the Council of the Town of Stony and Plain is holding this hearing to provide the opportunity for the public to provide public input and comment to the proposed bylaw of 2661/LUO/22 for land use bylaw at 4601 44th Avenue. Okay. And the proceeding will go as the presentation will come from administration first, and council gets the chance to ask questions for clarity and understanding. Then the applicant gets the opportunity to make a presentation, and again, council gets to ask for questions of clarity and understanding. Then all those that are in favor of the proposal are allowed to speak. And then again, council gets to ask questions for clarity and understanding. After that, then all those that are not in favor of the proposal gets to speak. And then council gets to ask for questions of clarity and understanding. And after that, then all those who have a general comment may make a presentation to council. Then again, council gets to ask questions for clarity and understanding. Okay. So I'd like to remind all presenters that they have 5 minutes, more or less, to make the presentations. Above that, then council gets to ask questions so that can go over the 5 minutes, but please limit your presentations to about 5 minutes. And this is a public hearing, so please address all comments and questions to me as the chair, and then I'll direct them to administration and to other individuals if required. Okay, this is the opportunity for the public to have say on the proposed bylaw changes. Okay, with that, I declare it open. Administration, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. To begin with, Your Worship, and the rest of Council, I wanted to make sure I brought something to your awareness through the notification process for this particular public hearing. So, Your Worship, I can advise that in and around April 6th, the applicant had sent out notifications to the general area. About 466 were sent out at that point in time. And due again to an internal error, about 166 were missed at that point. Moving forward, Your Worship, into June 14th of this year, Council is aware of our formal notification letters that do go out to residents in the area. On June 14th, we sent out 466. June 28th, we became aware of a miss of 40. So on June 28th, we sent out an extra 40 to those that were missed in the initial mail out. And further, Your Worship, on July 5th, we were made aware of another area that was missed in the initial mail out of about 128 residents. Those were sent out on July 5th. So just a quick wrap up, Your Worship, on that. 634 letters were sent out to the area from generally early April to as recently as July 5th hit the mail. Your Worship, I wanted to make sure you were aware of that occurred. And the other thing I wanted to ensure Council was aware of is that through the Municipal Government Act, the requirements for advertising were met. The minimum in Section 606 is for the advertising of 2 consecutive weeks. That combined with the mail-outs of initially 466 and then up to 634 meet the requirements of the MGA. Your Worship, I'll stop there and I'll ask our planning and infrastructure staff to proceed with the rest of the presentation.
Thank you. Just for my clarity, because there was a couple questions that were raised in the agenda packages from the letters. So I want to be sure that, and we're correct here, that we met all the requirements from the Municipal Government Act to have this public hearing.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Town Manager, and thank you, Your Worship. Planning Infrastructure has a short presentation on the item for the matter tonight. Our Development Supervisor will be now presenting that.
Good evening. Hello, good evening. As mentioned, this is item number 5.1 on the agenda package. Public hearing for bylaw 2661 LUO 22, the redistricting of a parcel at 4601 44 Avenue. So tonight we are discussing an amendment to the land use bylaw. This is the bylaw which governs the built form of developments as well as the use of sites. Following the land use bylaw amendment, an application would be made for development and building permits and any other required trades permits. So just a bit of background about this file. The Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation works to advance affordable housing goals in our nation. One big tool that they administer is the Federal Lands Initiatives. This is a fund that supports the transfer of suitable land for affordable housing purposes. The FLI, in their reviews, noted this parcel in 2021 and sought expressions of interest for the development in the spring of 2021. Following these expressions of interest, formal proposals were made by different groups, and in the fall of 2021, a selection was made by the CMHC. Part of this process is that the successful applicants to the Federal Lands Initiative are required to meet municipal approvals. Seeing as that the site is currently districted P2, which is our community services district, a redistricting to R8 would be required to facilitate this development. So as I mentioned, the site is currently zoned P2, which is our community services district, and was the site of the former RCMP detachment that is no longer in use at that site. What is being proposed is a redistricting to R8, which is our high-density residential district. The current concepts for the site include a mid-rise development of approximately 3 stories and 56 units. So first reading was given to this bylaw on May 24th of 2022. Advertisement for the public hearing was made, and currently we are in the public hearing process. Following the public hearing, council would potentially provide second and third reading of the bylaw and make decision. And following that, the requisite permits would be applied for. If you have any questions or comments, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Members of Council, any questions of clarity and understanding regarding the bylaw? Okay. We don't have any there, so thank you. Moving on to the next set of the public hearing is the presentation from the applicant. Welcome. Please sign in. There's a sheet there for you to sign in if everybody can sign in when they speak. And then the mics are very bad, so you have to speak directly into the mic for it to catch the volume.
Hello. Great. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Morgan Bamford. I am a contractor working with the Lac St. Anne Métis Community Association on this project. I'm joined by Lynn Hanley with the Communitas Group, who may want to introduce herself when her portion of the presentation starts. And I'll also note that we're joined tonight in the gallery by Dale Friedel, the president of the Lac St. Anne Métis Community Association. We're pleased to be here tonight to bring this presentation. Great. Just want to start with a brief land acknowledgement. We wish to acknowledge that this meeting is taking place on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the many diverse First Nations and Métis people, whose elders have walked this land before us, and all those persons of whom we share this great land with today. We're grateful to live and work upon this territory together and for the opportunities to learn from all the traditional peoples of these lands as we move forward together in reconciliation. And I just want to say I'm really pleased to see the Treaty 6 flag in your chambers. It's a great thing. So I'm going to give a brief overview about the community, and then Lynn is going to talk about some of the technical aspects of the project. So who are the Lac St. Anne Métis? The Lac St. Anne Métis emerged as a people separate and distinct from the Métis of Red River and even other Métis communities in Alberta. During the historic period, a central node of the communities, the broader community, was the Métis settlement at Lac St. Anne, which you may know about and is often referred to as the site where the Lac St. Anne pilgrimage takes place each summer. The Lac St. Anne Historical Settlement Site remains an important location for community members in the Lac St. Anne Métis community today. The Lac St. Anne Métis Community Association represents the contemporary rights-bearing Lac St. Anne Métis community today. The association is based here in Stony Plain and is a part of the community. Today, Lac St. Anne Métis community members live and work at various locations corresponding with the lands that their ancestors inhabited for many generations. Today that encompasses local municipalities, places like right here in the town of Stony Plain, in Spruce Grove, across Parkland County, within Lac St. Anne County, throughout this entire region of our province. And in addition to its other core activities, the Lac St. Anne Métis Community Association is actively involved in developing affordable housing options for its members.
Okay, I'm going to focus in on the property itself. This is a piece of federal land that was declared surplus, and surplus land basically can be made available for affordable housing. So this particular site was designated under the Federal Lands Initiative, which is a program that CMHC manages for the federal government. And CMHC is actually committed to reconciliation as part of their process. And what they did, in terms of this particular site, they decided that they would make it available to Indigenous community groups who would be interested in it within a determined radius of the area. So Lac St. Anne submitted an application back in October, and it was actually selected to proceed with this particular site. There were a number of requirements that CMHC had as part of its RFP, and the key ones were the number of units. They wanted a minimum of 53 units developed on the site. And then they have requirements with regard to the community itself. And a portion of the units, at least 30% of the units, have to be made available to people at a rate that's at least 80% of the median market rental rate for the housing. So what we've got here is we've got a mixed income community with a portion of the units being made available at below the average median market rate, and the rest being available at the market rate. There are a couple of other requirements that CMHC has, and the first one is you have to build energy efficient housing. You can't just build any housing. It has to be housing for the future. So there are technical requirements in terms of standards that have to be achieved. And the other thing is that the units have to be accessible. So they're recognizing the fact that people have to age in place, and so at least 20% of the units have to be accessible in terms of the development. Why is it not? Okay.
Seems to be frozen.
It's seized.
Maybe we'll just have to go verbally. Oh, there we go.
Okay, so as mentioned earlier, on the P2 site, you can't do residential. So in order to do residential, this property has to be rezoned, and basically the R8 is the designation that's required in order to achieve the target number of units. This designation really aligns with the Old Town Community Plan, and the proposed development is sort of in line with your new housing strategy. So in terms of the proposed redevelopment, what we're looking at is we're looking at stacked townhomes, because that's the only way one can achieve that number of units on that particular site. You couldn't do a regular townhome development because there isn't enough land to do it. So they're looking at up to 56 stacked townhomes, a range of sizes, from 1 bedrooms to 4 bedrooms, because there's different sizes of households that are being served, and it's going to be mixed age as well. So being able to accommodate families, younger households starting out, as well as seniors. So it's a mixed community. And there's going to be, obviously, it's going to be energy efficient. And one of the things that they're looking at in terms of energy efficiency is using a geo-exchange for heating and cooling, and just to be able to ensure that the building is future-proof and affordable in the future. Like most other multiple developments, there's going to be space for the community. Space for people to be able to get together in indoor space. It's going to have a kitchen as part of it. There's going to be outdoor spaces for the residents. And there's a possibility that there could be a child care facility on site. So this just gives you an idea. This is a concept drawing. It is not the plan, but just gives you an idea of how, by using stacked townhomes, one can achieve the number of units on the site. The development is really intended for the members of the community, but it will be open to other Indigenous and non-Indigenous residents as space allows. So it's not a closed community. And we're in an arrangement with the association where we're going to provide ongoing support and management services to them. Communitas has been around since the 70s, and we've developed over 65 different housing projects, and we provide management services to a number of our clients. So I'm going to turn it back over to Morgan.
I'm just going to speak very briefly to some of the ways that this project will really enhance the vibrancy of this community and also help to meet Council's goals in its recently released affordable housing strategy. There are a number of goals where we think this project intersects, and I know that those were in the report prepared by administration. But just to draw your attention to a couple of those, the goal to increase the supply and diversity of affordable and supportive housing, goal number 1, is achieved with this kind of a development, and it's an opportunity to really work together with various community partners to think about how the town of Stony Plain and other partners can contribute to increasing this supply and diversity of affordable and supportive housing, and to working with different partners to achieve this. This is a great opportunity to work together in a relationship towards achieving these goals, mutual goals that we share. And in addition, it's very closely related to goal number 3, which is around building partnerships, knowledge, and capacity within the community, and specifically supporting Indigenous organizations and communities in providing Indigenous housing and services here in Stony Plain. This is a great example of potential collaboration with Indigenous organizations to explore opportunities to expand Indigenous housing within Stony Plain, and to work with Indigenous organizations to identify housing, opportunities for housing where the town and Indigenous partners can work together. This project has a lot of potential to really contribute to the vibrancy of Stony Plain, where the organization that's undertaking this project is based, where many members live, and where I think everyone wants to see this be a really successful community. And just a little bit I'm sort of closing off here, but just in terms of the next steps, upon redistricting approval, the association's consultants would prepare and submit all required development permit drawings and demolition permits to the town of Stony Plain. And demolition is proposed to begin later this year. And where possible, materials from the existing buildings and the associated systems would be recycled and reused, keeping in line with the principles of green construction and green operation of this building that we mentioned earlier. And just to close off, I just want to reiterate that this project is a really great opportunity to work with an Indigenous organization involved in the housing space. It's an opportunity we see this as a great chance to contribute to community vibrancy, inclusiveness, to work together to achieve mutual goals. And, a really great positive addition to the community. I'd like to thank Mayor Choi and Council for your time this evening, and Lynn and I would be pleased to answer any questions from Council.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Members of Council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. I have one question. I think you mentioned that you submitted a letter of interest back in October of 2021, and you were awarded that. Do you know how many other applications were also submitted?
That's, we don't know. That, I know that there were other applications. Can you answer that?
I were representative from CHC. There were 5 expressions of interest in the formal RFP. There were 3
So, thank you. So there was 5 interested parties and then 3 actual formal applications.
Could you speak a little bit louder, please?
Okay, sorry. I asked a question of how many applications there were, and the representative from CMHC said that there was 5 interested parties. 3 actually made applications to proceed to acquire land to do something with it. Any other questions from members of council? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity on a statement you made in regards to who may live in the development. It was worded as space allows, it would be available to other First Nations and, in general, other persons. Can you expand on that a little bit? What does the phrase "as space allows" mean?
If there would be units available.
So who has first priority to the units? What's the process for that? How does another person in the community who's in need of affordable housing go about applying for that?
The Lac St. Anne Association is building the project for its members. So in terms of the application process, the details of that have yet to be worked out. We've got a long time between now and when move-in will happen, and they will be working on that through that process.
Thank you. And another question, if I may, Your Worship. Just in regards to the number of units and the on-site parking. So I think you mentioned the conceptual plan that was there was for 56 units. That's the conversation right now. Can you state how many parking spots, how many on-site parking spots are conceptually planned at this point in time?
That has yet to be detailed. That will be developed as part of the development permit application process. Yeah.
Your Worship, then if I can go through to administration, can administration tell us how many parking spots will be required on site for that type of development?
Okay, Deputy Mayor, I'm not going to allow that question to come through. If you can ask that during conversation debate. This is asking questions of clear and understanding of the presentation.
Will do. Thank you,
And
Your
that's technical details that we can ask the administration when we're doing that.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Hansard, you had your hand? Go ahead.
Your Worship, recently we had another application come before council for a potential R8 development on that site. A lot of people understand an R8 to be a multi-floor apartment building. and yet this project is listed as stacked townhomes. Some people are not familiar with what that means, so could you tell us, inside of a stacked townhome, what is on ground level, what's below ground level, and stacked how many floors high to make a unit?
Okay, basically, this is a preliminary design, but in a stacked townhome, you've got two units on top of each other, and for example, on the lower level, often the living space is on the main floor, like living room, kitchen, dining room, and the bedrooms would be in the basement of the ground floor unit, ground floor and basement, and then the top floor, it would be reversed, where the living room would be on the first level, and then the bedrooms would be upstairs. That's the sort of a standard stacked townhome design.
Okay, may I supplementally?
Okay,
Some stacked,
Councillor Hans, before you go that, I think in your comments you mentioned that some other entity had applied for an R8 zoning on this site.
Yes.
Can you clarify that?
well, the other site that
Okay.
did not pass was, that zoning was designated R8. This is also.
Okay, so it's not on this site?
No, it's not this site, but in the write-up, in all of our pages, more than once, R8 is mentioned in the paperwork. So I just want to be clear, because some people think that this is the proposed development is a multi-story apartment building. You described the stacked townhomes as two units, as two separate dwellings,
Yep.
one on top of the other, each with 2 floors, so it will be 4 stories.
Well, half of it is in the ground. So when you're looking at it, let's say 3.5.
Okay. Other stacked townhome developments that I'm aware of have perhaps living room, dining room on the top floor. Basement would have laundry and perhaps a family room. Next level would be 2 bedrooms and a bath. Next level would be a master suite or a primary suite. That's not what you're talking about. You're talking about 2 separate dwelling units,
That's right.
stacked one on top of the other, each with 2 floors.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Councillor Fletchko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you tonight for your presentation. I look forward to hearing a little bit more about it. If you could go back to your presentation where you showed the stacked.
The
Yeah.
there?
That's the one. So how is that, help me to understand for clarity purposes, how that is different than an apartment building? Because the way I see that, they're all joined together. They're all 3 stories tall, because you talk about 1 story being in the ground and 3 on the top. How is that different than a traditional apartment style that we would see within our community? Because
Okay.
my understanding of a stacked home is completely separate, 2 on top of each other. So we all have a little bit, because I just heard
Different.
another counselor describe something. So please describe for me how that becomes what you call it.
Yeah. Basically, what we've got is in this, remember, this is just the conceptual design. This is not the actual thing that will be presented for the development permit. But what we have here is 4 buildings. 4 separate buildings. And basically with the townhomes, I guess you can't see, I can't do that. One on top of each other. So you've got, yeah. And each of them, like there are code and other requirements in terms of entrances, that people have to have their own separate entrances, like you're not sharing entrances and whatever.
And you also wouldn't have interior corridors, which would probably be different than maybe an
So
apartment building that you're thinking of.
no adjoining hallways that get you from one to the other. This is all separate, so you have 2 buildings. The way I see this here, you must have 4 in one?
There's 4 buildings, yeah,
4 buildings, okay.
yeah.
So each one of them are totally separate. Nobody would have an adjoining hall that you could walk down
Nope.
to get
Nope.
from one door to the other. Each
Nope.
door is a separate building. So just for clarity, just for a second, if I could ask the administration, are we referring to something like we see down at the opposite end of town where we have the new buildings that are Tanglewood? Would that be similar to what Tanglewood would be like?
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko, I'll ask our development supervisor to maybe add some clarity to that.
I don't know if I'm specifically familiar with that development. I believe what we're trying to understand here is it an apartment building or is it a townhome? I think the proposal is a relatively kind of new configuration. As the applicant noted, each entryway is devoted to a single resident or dwelling. So in that way, it does kind of differ from a traditional apartment development where there's no shared hallways and such. For the purposes of the land use bylaw and how it would be defined as multi-unit dwellings.
So there's 4 buildings, but within those 4 buildings, there's 52 possible homes for people to live in.
56.
56
But that's,
possible, okay.
yes, that's
So
correct.
there's more than, from that conceptual design that I see there would be more than 4 per building.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation and for being here with us this evening. Excuse me. In your presentation, you had mentioned our housing strategy, specifically Goal 1, which seeks to increase the supply and diversity of affordable and supportive housing options. And we've heard how 30% of this initiative would meet that requirement. If we go on to read in that housing strategy, one of the things that it talks about is, or specifies, is current and future Stony Plain residents. Now, also in your presentation, you mentioned your membership comes from a kind of a diverse area, Parkland County, Spruce Grove, Stony Plain. But I'm wondering if maybe you can elaborate just a little bit on where your membership currently resides.
I don't have any statistics on that at this moment. But as I mentioned, the community members live in communities, cities and towns and counties all across this part of Western Alberta. So you can think of Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, Parkland County, Lac St. Anne County, Edmonton. So these aren't necessarily people who don't live here already. These are members of this Métis community who already live in this region. Yes.
Sure, and I appreciate that. So just for clarity then and understanding, your membership comes from across the region, and the building that is being proposed would be open to your members predominantly from Stony Plain, but they may also come from Spruce Grove, Parkland County, or other areas.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. It would be open to community members. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I go to Councillor Goins, again, we have the doors open and the fans are going, so if I can get members of council to speak directly into their mics. As we all know that our mics do not pick up very well, so please directly speak right into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. The page before this, I believe it was on, you guys talked about almost like a community kitchen gathering area for residents. How does that work if these conceptual drawing is all independent homes? How would you have a indoor gathering kitchen area for residents? And we'll start there actually.
It's like any other multiple family project where there's a community space for people, and generally you put a kitchen in there. These are all self-contained units. The community is just for like when you're coming together to have a social event. And
So you're talking more of a barbecue area than not an actual community kitchen?
not a community kitchen, a kitchen for that community. So it's not the concept of community kitchen.
Okay. And then secondary question, just to follow up on both my other counterpart counselors. You said that, again, your guys' priority will be to home people from within the Métis community. So what would happen in, example, we have 2 applicants trying to get in for affordable, because we talked about at least 30% being affordable, one being a family of single parent and 2 children, and they're at the top of the list because nobody else has applied. All of a sudden, somebody else comes in from the Métis community and wants in. Would they then, even though this other family was at the top of the list, automatically get priority? Is that?
That level of detail has yet to be worked out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it there, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to follow up on that then. I know this is a project that has been kind of given direction by the federal government, and the Lake St. Anne Métis Nation is the one that's putting this forward. But could other non-Métis people apply for those residents?
Yes, it said it would be open to both members of the community, other Indigenous and non-Indigenous folks, yeah.
Okay. And then I just want to ask one question, because there was one comment in the letters that we received is, this is not for just outsiders, right? Like, so, like he's mentioned that there's people that are already living in the community, living in Spruce Grove, living in Parkland County. It's not people that are outside of Stony Plain coming in here.
Well, I think it's probably going to be members who already have roots established in Stony Plain and nearby. As I mentioned earlier, the community members do live in these communities, and you know, this is a great location for housing for community members for that reason.
Thank you. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Hanson?
Your Worship, please correct me if I'm not asking this in the right place. One concern that has come forward to me is, because this is federal property, as it was an RCMP station, and now would be going through a federal housing, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation backing the funding for it, and built for people who normally can have some benefits on federal land for housing, et cetera, supported by Canadian government. Will the people who live there be subject to bylaws and RCMP rules and regulations, or is it hands-off because this is like Enoch or Paul Band or someplace like that? Could you please clarify?
Councillor, thank you for the question. This is not going to be a reserve land. This is going to continue to be municipal fee simple property that will pay taxes to the municipality. This is not a First Nation that's applying for this property or for this redistricting. It's a Métis community, and as such, this is not a reserve. It will never be a reserve, and that is not the nature of the community that's applying.
And not treated like a reserve in any way?
No.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Once, just to clarify that, once the ownership of the land will be transferred to the association. So it will be just like any other nonprofit that owns land in the community.
Thank you. Councillor Fletchko?
Thank you, Your Worship. You just tweaked something when you went nonprofit. So you talk about, and I'm excited to hear that you're going to be a member of our community as a normal individual that everybody else is. The one thing that just tweaked a bit of my thought process is you went, it's nonprofit. So where does that fall within the tax realm of what you're doing?
They're taxed like anybody else. There's no tax relief.
There's no...
No. It's your general market value assessment taxation that comes from the MGA.
So in overall, let me assume this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you will be just like every one of us. You will come to town. You will be responsible like each one of us has to be. You will pay your taxes like everyone has to here. And you will fall within the rules and regulations provided by our bylaws and the local authorities, correct?
That's right. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, thank you for your presentation. And then you have an opportunity at the end of the presentations to come back. Okay, thank you. So moving on to the next part of the presentation for the public hearing is those that are in favor of the proposed bylaw change. Administration, has anybody registered to speak in favor?
Yes, Your Worship, we have Deborah.
Okay, thank you.
Deborah?
Okay, welcome to Chambers. There's a sign-in sheet if you can sign into it. And then again, I need you to speak directly into the mic. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, you get,
Is it? Hello?
is it on? Let's try again. It was very, very quiet.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name's Deb Poirier, and I live in Meridian Heights. And I'd like to speak in favor of this development as I see it as an important development in furtherance of the broader aims of reconciliation. The Lac St. Anne Métis Community Association has shown great leadership in pursuing this initiative in Stony Plain, as it will enhance the availability of affordable and accessible housing for its members, many of whom are living in the greater Parkland region already. From my perspective, this is the right development at the right time. We see broad actions in support of reconciliation all around us, including the papal visit coming up in less than 2 weeks. This proposed development really stands out for its careful consideration, a form of housing that combines private living with shared communal facilities. This type of co-living explicitly seeks to promote social contact and build community, both factors that are known to improve the lives of its residents. Further to the above, this development is spot on with the town's new housing strategy, including the goal of working with Indigenous partners to own and manage their own housing developments. The energy efficient aspects of this development are precisely where we need to be going in this time of high utility costs and energy transition. So in closing, I live in the community where this development will be built, and I strongly encourage Town Council to support approval of the redistricting bylaw.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank
Members
you.
of Council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Administration, has anybody else registered to speak in favor?
No, Your Worship.
Okay. So then I'll open up the floor for anybody that's in Council Chambers who'd like to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw change. Okay. Welcome to Chambers. Again, there's a sign-up sheet. And if you can just tell us your name and you can go ahead and start.
Thanks.
Great, thanks. Can you hear me? Great. My name's Dr. Tracy Friedel, and I'm actually a member of the Lac St. Anne Métis community. I'm a retired professor. I worked at UBC as well as at Mount Royal University. I actually live in the community where this development will be built. I just would like to sort of, speak to the merits of the development. I think this is a great opportunity for the community itself to, exercise self-governance in the realm of housing. I think there's a definite need for housing among the community, and I think it's the perfect spot for it in terms of if you think about the energy efficient sort of aspects, but also transportation, the new bus stop right in front of this location and so forth, and its connections to Spruce Grove and the city and so on. I just think this is a really good opportunity for you know, for both the community and the town, to be honest, I think Morgan, in his presentation, you know, alluded to that, and I would wholeheartedly agree with that, and so I would really encourage the council to support the project, so thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions for clarity? Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else in chambers like to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next phase of the public hearing, which is all those that are opposed to the proposed bylaw. Administration, has anybody registered?
Yes, Your Worship. First, we have Gary Manton.
Thank you. Gary? Yes. And just for everyone's sake, just please sign in. That's our records that we have to keep. Welcome to Chambers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving me this opportunity to speak. First of all, I am Gary Manton, and I live in Meridian Cove. And the information that you've been provided for me tonight is far more than I was aware of. And all it's done is caused me to be more angry than what I was before I come in here. I'm completely opposed to this project. And I suggest to you that I doubt if any of this would have been on the floor if it was proposed for your street. So my neighbors, majority of my neighbors and myself are not happy about it. I don't know how to expand on that, but let me tell you that I've been involved with 2 different town and city councils prior to this. I'm proud of the fact that I've done my part. When council did not act on my best behavior, we had them removed. We've mustered enough votes to have them removed. And I don't mind putting my first foot forward again to cause that to happen. So I want you to think about your decisions here today or in the future, because there's an awful lot of unhappy people around. And thank you very much. Oh, and one more thing. The people on the floor here, the sound system is so bad, I couldn't hear anything. If it weren't for what I was reading, I wouldn't know anything that was going on in the meeting.
Okay, thank you. We'll invest in a better sound system. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Council, Deputy Mayor, just 1 second. Again, please use your mics.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Gary, for your comments. I'm just understanding, so you've mentioned your opposed. I didn't hear you mention a specific reasoning behind your opposition. Would you be able to elaborate around your reasoning on the opposition to the proposed development?
Honestly, I don't wish to right now.
Okay, thank you.
You'd only have to read between the lines. And the information that has come out since we were made aware of this, and it was only a week ago, because the mailing system didn't work for some reason. And we got the information the last day that we were allowed to put a written submission in. But if I had written that submission at the time, I didn't have near the information that I've gotten in this meeting. So something's lacking along the way here. You know, this information should have been posted that we could read it in advance. And it wasn't. And I didn't think that my hearing was near as bad as what it was, or is, until I come in to hear.
Okay.
But thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, Councillor Hansard has a question.
Thank
For
you very
clarity and
much.
understanding.
So, Gary, Mr. Madden, I have a question for you. You might want to sit down. Are you comfortable sitting? I don't want you to feel like you're on your way out, because there may be other questions that come after I ask you. First of all, a public hearing is for you to express your concerns. So when invited to do so by Deputy Mayor Lori, you said you don't wish to do that now, but in truth, this is your time. This is your moment. And I'm just I'll finish saying or asking what I want to ask, and then perhaps if you would rethink that, because you have council's ear here, just as anybody else who wants to come forward, as well as those people who wrote the letters, the many letters that came with our council package. You have our ear. That's what this is about. When you think of this development, do you think that there may have been some misunderstanding about what it is, or are you guided by fear or things that may have happened to you in other communities that make you cautious about this? What exactly is it? And hoping that I'm not going to hear just not in my backyard. You made a comment about it. You doubt it would happen if it would be on anybody here on our street. Well, 44th Avenue is my street. So it's happening just up the road from my very neighborhood. So could you identify what it is? Is it fear, concerns from other places or things that you've experienced? Or is it just, I don't want it in my backyard?
Within limits, I'll expand a little bit on what I was saying, but I had a couple of neighbors that came to me when we first got the information in the mail. Oh, this is going to be a homeless center. Or what is this going to become, a tent city? So the information that we got was sparse to none. And it was more misinformation than it was proper information. We had no idea what kind of buildings were projected or planned on. I certainly don't want to live next to a tent city. There's other places for, I'm trying to bite my tongue, but if you go one block east of our buildings, and we're trying our damnedest to keep them presentable and clean and good people in them, but if you go one block east of us, it's a low renting project. It wasn't planned that way, but it's lower rent than normal because they've let it run down to a dumpy state. And the American system years ago had what they call the projects. And the community with its crowded population is beginning to look somewhat like that. And I'm not happy with it. I've only owned there for 2 years, and maybe 2 years is enough.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to ask you a question there, Ms. Stanton. You said you live in Meridian Cove. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You live in Meridian Cove? You live
Yes,
in Meridian
I
Cove?
do. Yes.
Okay, so Meridian Cove is zone R8. The same
Yeah,
designation
I
that this is
own-
getting applied for right now.
A condo apartment
So
there.
are you also then a detriment to the community because you have R8 zoning?
I'm sorry.
So what's the difference between your R8 versus this proposed R8?
My hearing.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
the difference is we're dealing with a zoning change, right? You're living in an R8 zoned
Yes.
location. This is getting changed, they are applying to change it to R8. So what is the difference between the R8 that you're living in versus the R8 that they're applying for right now right beside Meridian Cove?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My hearing is gone.
Okay. Okay, sorry, we'll figure it out a little bit later.
One-on-one, we could have a good conversation.
Okay. I think Councilor Pechko has a question to me for clarity as well.
Thank you, Gary. I also read the package today, and you have a letter within the package, and I thank you for that. And I guess what we're looking for is just a tiny bit of clarity. Can you hear me enough to understand what I'm asking? So really, at the end of the day, what we understand is where you currently live is an R8 zoned building.
Right.
Right next door to it, all we're talking about today is a zoning application. So we're not talking about anything other. Let's take out the picture of what may or may not go there. What would make that subdivision any different if we were to make that an R8, which is exactly what you live in today, barring the fact that we don't know what's going there?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for you, but
So I'll just explain a little bit further. I think here as we sit at council, and I know for me, when I sit, I can appreciate where you're all coming from, and I've looked at a number of things, including the letters and stuff like that, which staff has now acknowledged that was a bit of a mistake. And sometimes things get overlooked, not good because we try to be as transparent as we can within our council, and we always promote that from the council chambers. So today, we're really looking to see how it is that we can move that area forward with what is there today that will continue to move Stony Plain forward. And I can appreciate the fact that you're upset in the aspect that lack of information, speculation, makes for some bad feelings. And I hear what you're saying. Part of what you've said today is, had you known a little bit more sooner, may have made it a bit different. But today, because it all boiled down to since the 4th of July, I guess, that really takes into consideration the anguish and despair that is coming from the people within your area. And I appreciate that. And I'm very glad today to see you speak to what you need to speak to. It's important to come out and talk to town council. And it's also important any time. We're all available by phone. We're all reachable. And I don't believe for a minute there is one of us here that wouldn't take time to come and have a bit of a conversation with you. So that's what we're trying to do today. So thanks you for coming, and I do appreciate your concern.
And thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. Okay. Administration, has anybody else registered?
Yes, next we have Ken Tremblay.
Okay. Ken Tremblay?
Ken
Tremblay?
Tremblay?
He's unwell, couldn't make it tonight.
Next.
Wayella Bantine.
Thank you. Welcome to Chambers. Again, please speak directly into the mic. Go ahead.
I'm not a very good speaker.
That's okay.
But my biggest concern from changing it from P2 to R8 is traffic. We already have a lot of congestion, and I think the more traffic we get there, the worse it's going to be. We have kids living across the street that I worry about now, so I do think that's what I want to just say, that I'd like it to stay at P2.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, I missed your name. I'm sorry.
Wayla Bantine.
Thank you so
I live
much.
in Meridian Cove too.
Awesome, thank you. When you mentioned traffic, can you just...
I can't hear you.
When you mentioned traffic as a concern, can you clarify for me which road or roads are you specifically
The road
speaking
that
to?
runs, it's
44th Avenue?
Yeah.
There? Okay, perfect.
Not
That
the
would
main
run.
street, but we live right on that avenue. And there's apartments right across the road with lots of little kids, and I worry about them all the time because there's lots of traffic there now. So I'm worried if we get more people with more cars, it's going to be a mayhem.
And we're talking just west of the site that we're discussing, that 40, is it 46?
East.
46.
I believe.
East. Where the police station is,
Yeah.
the road that goes north.
Okay.
That's where we live. We live right behind the police station there,
Perfect.
so.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Any other questions for clarity? Okay. Thank you for that, that concern. And I have jotted that down, and I've also noticed that on the report on page 58 of our agenda package, there is a traffic impact assessment. So that's got a TIA. This is okay. So we understand that concern about traffic. I do have that written down. And in the agenda package on page number 58, there is a traffic impact assessment. So they've contracted a company that does this, and then they count the number of cars that go through there. They project how many residents will be living there, how many cars per residence, and then the number of traffic flow coming in and out. So the report starts on page 58 if you'd like to read it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
Next, we have Alan and Lavina McKinnon. Alan and Lavina? And Carrie will be speaking on behalf of herself and another resident.
Okay. Welcome to Changers, and thank you for signing in.
Mr. Mayor Choi and members of the council, my name is Carrie Norman, and thank you for the opportunity for me to share my concerns regarding the amendment to the land use bylaw to facilitate the redevelopment of the former RCMP site into an affordable housing development. I am here today because as a homeowner in the Meridian area for 11 years, I am very disappointed in how poorly this project has been communicated with the public that it will impact the most. Until Monday, July 4th, I had no idea what the redevelopment entailed, and I am located directly behind the former RCMP detachment. I learned about the proposal from a concerned homeowner who obtained a copy of a letter sent by Communitas Group, who claims to be the project management company, and I never received a copy of this letter that was dated March 28th, 2022. I only saw it for the first time last week. I phoned the contact on the letter, Lynn Hanley, who claims to be the project manager. Lynn would not answer questions or provide clarity on these flawed mail out. Instead, Lynn passed the fault over to the town because it was the town's mailing list. I phoned the Stony Plain Planning Department to learn more, and during 2 different calls, the town employees informed me there was a glitch in the system when polling addresses. I also learned that the mail goes unaddressed to a homeowner, which certainly downplays the importance of its contents. And I just received a copy of the notice from the town on July 8th, and it is postmarked July 5th, but the notice is dated June 14th. So I suspect that had I not called last week to ask questions, I would not have received a copy of the letter in the mail. The notice sent by the town starts off, quote, "As a landowner that may be affected, you are hereby notified," end quote. So this is admittance by the town that notifying us of this development is very important because, yes, we will be affected by the proposed changes. And this means that we should have received a notice in a timely manner with clear information on what exactly is being proposed. The town's notice does not even align to what the communities group mailed, and both mailings are very vague. And I am here to tell you I do not support the application to redistrict the site from a P2 to an R8. Not enough information was provided, and it has been learned, and what has been learned, I guess this evening, I would say is not quite in line with our quiet community. And I am concerned about the trees on the property. The trees are grand, they are huge, they are beautiful, and they are very much a part of the aesthetics of the neighborhood. These trees these trees must be protected from removal. The letter that was sent by Lynn Hanley mentions the redevelopment of Central Stony Plain in ways that, quote, "preserves the town's unique character while allowing for growth and modernization," end quote. So removing well-established trees that are landmarks in our community is not preserving our town. And without blueprints or drawings or clear answers to know what this building will look like or what all of the 15 services listed under discretionary uses means, this project still just has too many unknowns and should not be approved under these circumstances. The letter also mentions having conducted a traffic impact analysis and servicing study, but does not indicate the length of the study or the timing, and there is no way that a building with 56 stacked townhouses will have the same traffic impact as the RCMP station. And I can tell you that the traffic on the 46th Street is already very concerning, with drivers going well above the speed limit and not watching for or slowing down for crossing pedestrians, as I have observed. I have been nearly hit a couple of times. So overall, for this project, I would say there's been poor communication, no assurances on the impact of development, and not enough details to understand the full scope of the project, even after listening to this evening's presentation. So this application to redistrict from a P2 to an R8, I believe, should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and sharing your concerns. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. I just have one question. You mentioned the speeding on 46th Street.
Yes.
Have you called in and reported it so that we can track it?
I have not done that. If I was to report that, I'm sorry, who would I report that to?
Our CPOs. Okay. Right. So the thing is, we don't know what we don't know.
Fair
because
enough.
we're not driving in that all the time. And
Yes.
that's why I want to ask that question, because then that way our peace officers can then monitor it a little better. Like we have speeding in other areas that during school hours and stuff, our peace officers are more present in those areas during that time because we have reported instances. So
I'm more than willing to
I appreciate
call.
that. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and you can direct me whether this is a better question for later or not. In respect to some of the trees, I've seen that as a concern. Included in our package is, sorry, let me find the exact title of it. I'll refer to our page number. So it is page number 143 of our package. And it's essentially the environmental study for contaminated soils. And there's 2 areas of contaminated soils on the site. One of those areas is the southeast corner, which the southeast corner of that property contains many of those large trees that are spoken about. And it is identified that there are remediation activities that will need to recur based on the contamination of that site. So is administration able to speak at all to that, regardless of what project or regardless of what was to be done here? Is there a specific risk of losing those trees because of the remediation activities that are required to occur due to the environmental contamination?
Okay. Thank you, and I appreciate that. Can we just hold that? Because again, this is at questions of clarity and understanding of the presenter, and I'm pretty sure a presenter does not have an idea of what contaminated soils are.
Nope.
And because obviously it was in the package, if you didn't read the package and you don't understand that lingo that was there, then I don't think you can answer that question for clarity and understanding.
No.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Councilor Loyens?
Thank you, Richard. And I guess, again, if I need to be redirected, I will. It was just for more clarification. In our package on page 66, 2.3, it talks about existing traffic, and it does say that they did studies at 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., as well as 4 p.m. to 5 p.m., as Alberta Transportation finds that to be one of the highest hours of traffic. It also says, as presented, the 44th Ave corridor is estimated to carry an order of 5,300 vehicles per day west of 46th Street, and 46th Street is estimated to carry 2,190 vehicles per day north of 44th Ave. So they did do a lengthy study if they're going to sit there and count the 5,300 vehicles moving one direction. So not to dismiss traffic by any sense in the imagination. I live in an area that's very busy as well, but I don't want to say that the study wasn't done.
Okay, and I think that just answers one of your questions of when they counted. So the counting was between 8 and 9 a.m. and then 4 to 5 p.m. So they did it at two separate times. Definitely looking at probably the largest volume as part of those two times.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? No. Thank you.
So I do have another letter to read. This is on behalf of an owner at Meridian Cove.
Okay.
These are not my words. These are the words of Robert Flett. The proposal to change the designation of the previous RCMP land to R8 has been flawed from the onset. The supposed area consultation was accomplished by both deceit and deception. The adjacent property owners, those most affected, were purposely left out of the survey, meaning that their input, whether for or against the proposal, was stripped from them by either a bureaucratic misstep or an inactual act, neither of which should be allowed to prevail on its own. The impact of inserting low-cost housing in the neighborhood should be reason enough to raise concern among those who actually pay taxes and have vested interest in property values, let alone the application of a potential community kitchen and further unexplained outdoor activities. We ask that a true town hall meeting be required to provide the affected community with full aspects of this intended project through all potential phases, and that following that activity, an actual majority of the community be required to document their support before the zoning change is effected and this project is allowed to proceed. Doing anything less would be reason enough to call for an external audit of the systems and procedures the town has in place to prevent outside influences from short-circuiting the system for their own behalf. Respectfully, Robert Flett.
Thank you for reading that.
I can't speak to it.
We got it. Okay. Next on the list, please.
Elnora Peterson. Ned Ambrose.
I didn't think I actually made it on the list.
Welcome, Chambers, and thank you for signing in. And again, speak directly into the mic when you're ready.
Yes. Chair. Good evening, and thank you. Oh, I guess my voice is loud enough.
Good.
I used to do public speaking, so thank you, Mayor Choi, and everybody else that's here. I also live in Meridian Cove. I also have to agree with Carrie in the fact that many of the members of the building itself do feel that we were left out intentionally. And the fact that we found out on July 4th by a neighbor of a neighbor of a neighbor was very frustrating, because it didn't give us the opportunity or the chance to prepare, to do our own research, to be able to come here with a little bit more than just a wing and a prayer. That being said, I have managed to read some of the proposal, not all of it, because I haven't been able to get my hands quite on all of it. You mentioned traffic. I honestly believe that you're going to end up having to put a traffic light in that three-way intersection. It is very busy now, and this is the 44th Avenue and 46th Street. Particularly, I noticed that during the traffic hours, they didn't look at school hours. And I know I can speak for myself. If I happen to come home at 3:30 in the afternoon, it takes me several minutes to be able to turn back into my complex, to turn left to go home, because there's the school buses and all the parents that are bringing the kids home from school. It gets incredibly busy during school hours, so that's something that I think should be considered as well. I also agree with the concern with children. I know you're talking about also changing it from a P2 to an R8. Apologize if I said that incorrectly. I'm going to make the assumption that the families potentially that could move into that area, where are they going to go to school? Because that's Meridian Cove School is already very full. So my question is how is our neighborhood going to be able to support an additional 150 to 200 people, predominantly families? That's something that I wanted to know if that's been addressed or not. I also, like Carrie, am really disappointed to learn that we're going to lose that green space. If the soil is contaminated, perhaps that can be fixed, perhaps not. I realize that's not a conversation for this evening, but I actually use that green space. I use it for my dog. We go there, we walk about. It's a nice little area, and it does bring a certain level of attractiveness to the community itself. It's a beautiful little area, and if we put in another R8 there, we're going to be nothing but buildings. I don't think that we have the infrastructure to handle that many people, regardless of where they come from. I don't think we have the space. I don't think we have the traffic. Losing my words, sorry. Very emotional about this. I'm concerned about the value of my property, and I think a lot of other people are as well, because if it gets so busy there that you're taking away that community feel and it just turns into downtown Toronto, how is that going to impact my property and my values? The value of my property and just in general how much I enjoy that community. So I apologize. I think I'll stop there because I've lived there for 8 years and I love it.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Members of Council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, I have a couple questions for clarity to you. You mentioned that the school is overcrowded. Okay, I raised 3 kids. They all went to Meridian Heights School.
I'm sorry?
I raised 3 kids with my family. They all went to Meridian Heights School. It was renovated a few years back. My daughter just graduated from grade 12 this year, and the principal is a student that I went to school with, so we graduated together in grade 12 way back in 1992. And the principal says there's room for about 150 people, more students in that school.
Okay.
So I want to know where you got your facts from, because I noticed it was in a few of the letters that was mentioned that Meridian Heights School is at capacity. So I'm trying to figure out where that line goes.
It's not very factual, to be honest with you. It's a combination of reading different news articles and hearing about how the schools are over capacity in Spruce and Stony as well too, and now we're always trying to find more space for kids. So I guess it's more supposition than fact.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that clarity. And then you mentioned that you're using the green space that is adjacent to the site right now, but you mentioned that you live in Meridian Cove, is that correct? There is a large green space to the right of that. Do you access that as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I like both. I don't want to live in a concrete jungle. You know, and I just don't see how we can accommodate 150 to 200 people. And I might be wrong on my numbers because I recognize that there's going to be a variety of individuals and families. But, and I worry about the kids on the streets too. I think Carrie mentioned that, or somebody mentioned that. From across the street, there's another Meridian complex. I forget the name of it, but there's a ton of children that play. And the vehicles that come up and down, and yes, I would happily take that phone number and start calling in about vehicles that are speeding. I'd probably be the most annoying person by doing so, but I could.
Right, I appreciate that, and definitely do that, because there was mention about the no parking on the west side of 46, and that was done because the residents said we have a hard time getting in and out of Meridian Cove. So we took that, staff did a review, and that was deemed that was best. So like I said, if we don't know it, we can't change it.
Right. And I guess that's another one of my statements that I didn't add in is, where is everybody going to park? Like if they're not building, like if it's zoned for an R8, unless they're planning on doing underground parking, I don't see how they can put 56 townhouses plus enough parking, let's say, 120 cars? Maybe less, because some people only have one vehicle, some families might have two. You know, where are they all going to fit?
That's good. And I appreciate that comment. And definitely, as the land use bylaw stipulates, there has to be a parking requirement per resident dwelling.
Okay.
So it doesn't get approved unless it meets those development permits. So it's all on our land use bylaw under R8, and it tells you how high it can be, all that stuff. And then there's also a parking requirement as well.
Okay.
Even though that there is a parking requirement, it doesn't guarantee that residents will park in the parking lots that they're designed for.
Of course.
If you look at
yeah.
the building beside it, I've had friends and I have relatives that have rented an apartment across the street, and they parked on the main drag instead of the parking lot. So, and I'm pretty sure that's the same at some other places as well. So there is a parking requirement, but we can't make them park there.
Of course.
Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and maybe just a comment in regards to the school population of Parkland School Division. Parkland School Division actually recently undertook an attendance boundary project that was looking at potential realignment. And actually in that, it did have some suggestions around different schools in the Parkland School Division district. Meridian Heights was not one of them. So Meridian Heights does have capacity. Also with Stony Plain Central, the new Stony Plain Central School coming on board, that is increasing the capacity for elementary age children within the Parkland School Division and within Stony Plain in particular. So from a capacity standpoint for students in our school system, the reports the Parkland School Division has publicly made available show that we do have the capacity to absorb many students into our current infrastructure that we have in place right now, not to mention the additional infrastructure that we have through Evergreen Catholic School Division, as well as now the Centre Nord School Division, who is just opening up the new starter school here in Stony Plain. So from a schooling perspective, we do have the capacity in the region for many additional students at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And, okay. Any other questions for clarity?
Ned. Sorry, you keep calling me Carrie. I'm Ned.
Ned, sorry.
That's okay.
Any more questions? Okay. Thank you, Ned.
Thank you.
Next.
Crystal Harnum.
Welcome to Chambers. Again, please, our mics are bad, so please.
All right. I am not a public speaker, so I wrote some things, and I feel like a lot has been addressed already. So I'm just going to read it, and we'll go from there. This proposal is not a simple rezoning issue. The approval of this rezoning is the town taking responsibility for the social services, the employment opportunities, and the financial well-being of the residents being welcome to this community. In rezoning, in issuing this rezoning, can the town guarantee the availability of resources required without taking from those already reliant on them? The food bank is being stretched beyond its means already. The association proposing this rezoning is not investing in the supports required. I've reached out to them over this time, and no, they are not. This housing needs to be an investment in the prosperity of the residents, not just a roof over their heads. Mayor Troy has informed me that according to the federal proposal, this housing will be made available for all individuals to apply. However, I think it's made clear this evening that while we might be able to make those applications, it is clear that the regular residents in this area will not be receiving approval. If the federal government is making this a possibility, then they should also be providing the services and support required. The developer should be doing everything they can to ensure all needs can be met. As a resident of Meridian Heights, we are concerned about the substantial amount of traffic this will bring, the added pressure on the poor infrastructure, and this housing project will likely put the schools at capacity and cause a rezoning for the school division. You've mentioned that you've spoken to Mr. Patras. I had too, and at the time I spoke to him, he was not aware of this at all. I ask that you look at the well-being of the town and the community this lot sits on. The development will not serve as a benefit to the town, and with the lack of support being offered by the developer, it is clear that the pressure will be put back on our already stressed system. I would also like to thank the town council members that reached out to me and replied to me. You really brought some light to the situation and just some hope for the town.
Thank you for the presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Hansard?
Your worship, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Crystal.
Crystal. Last name?
Harnum.
Harnum. Crystal, are you aware that Stony Plain now has a new French school which might be able to alleviate some of the French immersion students at Ecole Meridian? They have to be able to speak fully
The difference
French.
between a French immersion and the Francophone school are quite different, and a lot of people I know are not interested. So the draw, while it might be for some students, definitely not the majority of the students at Meridian Heights.
Okay.
And yes, and then I think Deputy Mayor mentioned it on the Clark County School Division. There is capacity at Meridian Heights. There's also capacity at Stony Plain Central.
Okay. And I'm just curious, you say some counselors responded to you. How did you communicate them?
I reached out by email to each and every one of you. I received a response by email from Councillor Laurie and Councillor, thank you, and Councillor Anderson reached out to me. We had numerous conversations, and I appreciate that.
So this was email sent to our town email?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that not a good way to reach town council?
Yes, it would be. I do not recall an email from you, but.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Ethel McCauley. Ethel? Leah Nowak?
Welcome, Council Chambers. And please again sign in and speak into the mic.
Good evening. I'm a little late in the group, so a lot of my points have already been stated, but I am 100% against the rezoning. I had a conversation with Mayor Choi about this and asked if a petition would help stop the development. He told me it would delay it, but it will happen because it is federal land. This is infuriating and proves no matter what longtime tax-paying residents of this community say or want, we don't seem to really have a voice. Our votes for mayor and council count, just not our opinions as it seems. This will affect our home's value and community. So although this letter may fall upon deaf ears, I still have a right to say what I want. The fact that it is almost being kept a secret, that it is Métis low-income residents, that will only be the people lucky enough to live there. In times when transparency is supposed to be foremost to the people that vote for our governing bodies, I find it very conspiratorial that the entire community is not being told who is going to benefit. Our seniors and veterans will not be allowed to live in such an amazing building at 80% lower housing costs. I find this to be extremely discriminatory. Very few people are being informed of what is actually happening so that you, as our elected council, will have minimal backlash. In fact, when I had my conversation with Mayor Choi, he said that at the time he was not aware that people of other ethnicities would not be allowed to live there. Considering it is the Lac St. Anne Métis Association that is pushing for this, I think that would be fairly obvious. The area in question is already a very heavily populated neighborhood with row housing and condos and apartment buildings. There is more to consider than just a traffic impact study. The Lac St. Anne Métis said that the increased traffic would be no greater than when the RCMP station was situated there. It is asinine that you would compare police presence to civilian traffic. I have no objection to RCMP traffic, but since they relocated to Spruce Grove, there is little to no RCMP traffic in the area. 44th Avenue has become a drag strip, and vehicles roar through our neighborhood all hours of the day, not just when they did their little study. You wouldn't know that there if you don't live there, though. Again, you guys already addressed the school situation. Kind of seems like you have your bases covered. There should have been a study on what impact this development will have on the quality of education that already attend this area. But again, if you don't go there, you don't know. Our utility systems, water and sewer, are barely adequate for the residents that reside in the area now. Our fees have already increased to cover and improve the inadequacies. Adding a few hundred more residents to the area will only add problems. But then again, it won't be your sewer that backs up, will it? This will be Métis-owned federal land, which means they will be exempt from town bylaws. Is that correct? Probably not. I'm sure I'm wrong. This will result in zero enforcement of issues such as premises, pet control, and noise infractions. Property values will decrease, therefore greatly affecting who will be moving into our neighborhood. The representative from the Métis Association said they were basing their findings on a study in New York that low-income housing doesn't influence property value. Not only is New York incomparable to Stony Plain, that's ridiculous. Ask any realtor how a home devalues when the neighborhood becomes less desirable, and ask any young family how desirable a neighborhood is when you live across from a low-income housing project. As a homeowner, I will now be forced to decide to live in my home and watch my neighborhood deteriorate or sell my home of 20 years before it's worth less than what I paid and invested. I guess the people that decided to buy a home elsewhere in Stony Plain other than Meridian Heights are very lucky. There was one thing I'm going to bring up, and I guess I'll get trashed for this too. There was a study put out by the Government of Canada, Statistics Canada, and the RCM stating that this kind of development has a 9 times higher crime rate than other communities. This is not propaganda, speculation, or racism, or left-wing ranting. This is information put out by our Trudeau team. Who can we trust if not our elected officials, right? That means, in layman's terms, if there was 100 crimes in Stony Plain before this, we can now anticipate 900. This will affect everybody in Stony Plain. I am also concerned about the trees, but I guess you guys have that covered too, saying there's radiation, so that's really too bad. So in closing, I leave you with these thoughts. This is an experiment that cannot be reversed. Once the wheel is in motion, the consequences will be permanent and unfixable. There is not one neighbor of resident of Meridian Heights that knows what is truly happening that is in favor of this. Every time something happens, know that it will be your fault if you allow it. You could have stopped it. When my home's value decreases and crime increases, you are to blame. When people in the neighborhood no longer want to call it home and have to consider moving, you allowed it. This project will forever and negatively change the dynamic of Stony Plain and the Meridian Heights area. Please say no to the rezoning.
Thank you for your presentation, Leah. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. You mentioned that this unit will not be for veterans and seniors, but did you realize that Stony Plain has just, there was a Folkestone Place, or Folkestone Manor? Folkestone Manor was just built recently, and it was partnered with the Royal Canadian Legion that has 6 units for veterans, and it's for 55 plus seniors, and it is also affordable.
How many units will this have for seniors and veterans?
It's up to the group when they decide to do it, but out of the 56 units, based on the requirements, 11 units will be affordable.
When the Zoom meeting happened, Ms. Handley, I'm not sure if that's her name correctly, she specified it will be Métis-only residents. So that leaves out a huge population of people that are in need of low-income housing. And this is my neighborhood, not Folkestone.
That's right. And I asked that question during the presentation, and it is eligible for all members of our communities as well.
I'd be curious to see how many people are approved if they're not Métis.
Thank you. And then in terms of home values, you said you've lived in this area for 20 years.
I've lived here for 27 years. I've owned my home for 20 years.
Okay, in Meridian Heights.
Half a block from this development.
Okay, so when council back in 2003 or 4, when they approved Meridian Cove, that was high density development on R8. Is your property value now lower than it was back then?
Is that subsidized housing? Is that low-income housing? Is it Métis only?
Yeah. We're talking about zoning.
We're talking apples to oranges, not apples to apples.
Okay. And then in 2006, when council approved the Meridian Loop subdivision, again, I wasn't on council, I listened to a lot of that, and again, comments of property values going down. That's more lower income. Has that effect, is your property value lower than it was in 2006?
I'd have to do the comps. I'm pretty sure because of rising things, it has increased, but this is a totally different beast we're talking about.
Okay. And again, in terms of town council, we're here to look at the appropriate zoning for the location. Right? We are not to determine who is allowed to live there or not. That is up to the property owner. Like many of the buildings that are built in town, if they want to make it 55 plus, council can't change that. Or they want to make it 65 plus, we don't change that. We approve the zoning for that area. And there's a list of questions that I have written down based on my conversations with the members of the public and your letters about infrastructure. Those are the questions that we need to address as council.
Well, then traffic is already deplorable if you don't live there. As I said, they can say they've done whatever studies they want, all hours of the day, all hours of the night. It's a drag strip. And I'm sorry, since the police left, I don't see them. I do not see them in the area. Once in a while, I guess if there's a call out, there's no policing, there's been no radar traps, nothing. It is only a matter of time, and for them to compare RCMP presence to civilian traffic?
Okay, we're just asking for clarity, and then also, I know that we've had some issues there in terms of crime, break and enters, and once those in the St. Andrews area were reported, they ceased fairly quickly because they were reported and the RCMP went after and did something about it. So if these things are not reported, we can't act on it. So again, when the inspector comes and presents to us, is like, please report everything so that they can have a history and address those situations.
I have reported crimes in the past, maybe not traffic or anything, but if you don't have a license plate or whatever, you basically become the one being interrogated, birth date, address, everything else. So unless we have license plate numbers of the people roaring up and down, but this isn't about lack of policing or speeding, I'm just saying increased residents there will only add to the problem. And with the lack of police presence, I don't know how it's going to be remedied unless you want me sitting out on the lawn chair, getting license plates and doing the RCMP's job for them.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hanson?
Clarification, it comes up sort of a fallout from this last set of questions. I'm curious if you could clarify, are you living actually on 44th Avenue facing the old RCMP building, or are you on 46th Street?
I am on 45th Street. I am a half a block from the RCMP and 2 houses off 44th Ave.
Okay. Has the vacant RCMP building caused any decline in property value or any other concerns in your neighborhood that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
How would you compare the coming and goings, all hours of the day and night for RCMP vehicles, to the anticipated comings and goings for people living in 56 units of housing? Would you think it would be more
I would compare
or less?
it to lack of traffic by RCMP versus increased civilian traffic. That's how I would compare it.
Okay.
Yes, the RCMP building is vacant, which has decreased RCMP traffic. I don't even know how that's relevant, but sure. When you're adding another 50, 100, 150 vehicles, we don't even know how much vehicles will be there. That will greatly impact the traffic ratio.
Okay. And it certainly sounds to me like you have a lot of concerns that help bring you to the table
I
tonight.
do.
Not just about this project, but things that have happened in the past that you seem unhappy about. Have you tried to resolve any of those issues?
I don't have any personal issues. I am talking about where I live. It's my neighborhood. I have not got rent increased or mortgage protection or anything like that. I worked my butt off to pay for my house by myself with no assistance from the government, and I don't want to see its value decrease. They can come up with whatever study saying that a neighbor like that will not impact my home value. Prove that it won't. I want some kind of assurance, but nobody can give me that. So it's a little experiment on my nest egg that I have paid for.
Okay. And when you say a neighbor like that, you
Low
mean the
income.
people who would be living in this project?
We know exactly who's going to be living there. Lac St. Anne Métis Association, and it's low income, subsidized housing. Correct?
No.
Oh.
They will own the building.
Yes.
They will build the housing.
Yes.
They are opening, from what the presentation was earlier this evening,
I had to
housing
work.
to
I have
everyone
taxes to
with
pay.
priority given to a certain percentage of Métis population. But very much like what happened with Meridian Housing Foundation when they built their 42 units for couples. When the building was finished, they couldn't fill the building with what they thought was their target resident population, and they ended up expanding that, and many other people were invited into the building, and it's created a beautiful community there.
Awesome. Do we have a guarantee from the Métis Association that there will be a distinctive percentage guaranteed for non-Métis residents? Is there a guarantee?
You sound very angry.
Well, you seem to have
Councillor Hansard,
questions.
yeah, please, this is not a debate, this is asking questions of clarity, understanding, and we're not going there as
All
a
right,
council.
we won't go there.
Councillor Loynes, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to go on, we keep hearing you guys don't want it as an R8, and I understand, and I'm here to listen and answer questions and see what I can find out on my behalf before we vote. Leaving it as a P2, currently it's an empty building, but the Métis Association does own it. Under P2, and I know some people have read it, and I've read this before, they can turn it into whatever they want under the P2. So if they so choose, they could turn it into a bar. Would that not change the value of your home as you're projecting, or the safety around the school, or the safety of the children crossing the road, or the foot traffic or driving traffic? If they so choose to turn it into a bar versus asking us to change it to homes?
Are they turning it into a bar?
Currently, they could. As a P2, if we voted not to turn it to an R8, they can turn it into a bar.
Well, I'm here to
They could turn it into a daycare. They could turn it into their own government services building if that's what they so choose.
Right now, I'm here to debate high-density housing. If they decide to turn it into a bar, I'll be back again to debate that. Right now,
But
it's high-density.
it's already designed to be that. That is what it's zoned for. They are here to ask us to change the zoning. They are not here to ask us to turn it into houses. They're here to ask us to change the zoning. The current zoning as a P2 allows for a bar. How would you feel if half a block from your house, it was a bar versus a home?
I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
But we
right?
wouldn't come to it because that's what it's already zoned for. They could put in the application to our admin staff, and our admin staff, as long as their I's were dotted and T's were crossed, could say, okay, here you go, and it becomes a bar tomorrow.
Well, from the Métis Association, they didn't talk about a bar. They talked about high-density housing.
They're asking us to change the zoning. And that is
I
what
am
we are
asking
here
you
to
not
discuss.
to.
But I'm saying, if we chose not to, we voted against it, how would you feel if it became a bar? You want to play what if. This could happen, this could happen. You're right,
You're being completely
things could
hypothetical.
happen.
We are here to debate, and as we said, we're not here to debate, we're here to talk about
No,
it.
I'm trying to have an open conversation. You don't want it to be an R8.
So
Correct.
Councilor Loynes, I'm going to step in here. So I think the better question to ask is, we understand that traffic is an issue.
Huge.
Okay, so I think the comment here from Councilor Loynes is, if it was left a P2 or U2 or whatever that is, it can be built as a bar. How does that affect traffic? Does it make it better? Or
It would
worse?
also affect traffic,
Okay.
absolutely.
Right, okay, and then how does that affect pedestrian safety? Does it make it better or worse?
I guess it all depends on the policing, which is where we're back to that, right?
Okay. And I think that was what I think Councilman Owens was asking, like, if we left the zoning as it is and it was built to what it was allowed to do currently, is that more of a detriment to the community or not?
It depends what they put in there. If they want to put in a counseling or a drop-in center or something. Again, it's hypothetical. I'm here to say, please don't turn it into high-density housing. That's what the rezoning is. That's why I'm here. I'm saying I am opposed for multiple reasons.
Yes, and your reasonings for, yes, I have it listed there, so we got that. Okay.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for your presentation and sharing your concerns.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dawn Henwood.
Welcome to Chambers.
Hello, I'm Don Henwood. I live on 44 Ave. I've lived there for 22 years. People were informed July 4th and 5th. This meeting should not be happening today, but it is. Traffic, again, I've seen it increase tremendously in the last 2 or 3 years. It's backed up. It is a drag strip quite often. People speed down there because the police are gone now, I think. I don't know. The developer did their studies and they said 90% of the traffic will be on 48th Street, 10% on 46th Street. I don't understand that. It all goes down 44 Ave. That's 100% of the traffic right there. You're increasing it. It's backed up crazy. People are late for work and stuff like that. Another thing too is they did a study about the infrastructure of the sewer system. The engineer they had said the infrastructure could hold it, but he did not do any soil samples, which should have been part of that. Either they're incompetent or they didn't finish their job. They should have demanded that. There was sewer problems to the east there, just a few blocks, time and time again, because the soil could not handle that. So when it collapses, who's going to pay for that now? And that's kind of all I have right now. I've got other points, but this is just about the zoning.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Members of Council, any questions for clarity and understanding? And please, I'm just going to ask members of Council just to stick to questions of clarity and understanding. We're not here to debate and have that conversation with our members of the community. They're here to present to us. We're here to ask questions so that we understand what they are trying to share with us. Go ahead, Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just back to your comments regarding the soil report. Can you elaborate? Just maybe explain that a little bit more.
They did some sewer work down at the creek there, Dog Run Creek, a few blocks east of there. We did it 3 times because of soil, because studies weren't done properly then. And then a block from this too, there was some done twice, I know, because of soil samples.
Can I ask administration if they have anything to add to that?
Okay.
Or
yeah, you can ask the administration a little bit later. And also in the report, there was test holes done and soil sampling taken on that site. There was quite a few areas around that site where they were soils were taken. There's also a history of all the wells that have drilled within Stony Plain in that area as well. That's all listed in our report. Maybe we'll ask later, and then administration can present to it. You can ask that. Okay, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And no one else has registered, Your Worship.
Thank you. Okay, Since nobody else is registered, anybody else in the chambers like to speak opposed to this? Please. Yeah, please sign up your name and just speak your name into the mic so that we can capture it, and then you can go ahead.
Your Worship, Mayor Choi, councillors of Stony Plain, and the good people of Stony Plain themselves. I want to be on record. First of all, I'm sorry. My name is Dr. Roman Bayrock. I am a new resident of Stony Plain, although my wife has been living here and has grown up here for many years, and I think this community is a wonderful place. I've had many dealings, professionally and socially, with Indigenous people, and I have nothing but respect for this community here. I want to be on record as saying that I think this is a wonderful idea, but in a wrong location. And there are 2 points I want to bring up. First of all, it is zoned P2, and P2 not only allows for bars, but allows for parks. When you have high-density housing just north of this location, you have housing east, south. It's a very developed community. Why doesn't the town here buy the property and turn it into a park? I can't see any residents saying, oh, gee whiz, we have too many parks, we need more high-density housing. So I think the better interests of the community excuse me, would be served if it was turned into a park, more community space that all people can enjoy. That's my first point. My second point is that I do not believe that a facility built like this will serve the better interests of the Indigenous community. And I want to explain why. I have a report here that it was done by the Alberta government in 2018, the Indigenous Housing Capital Program. Is anyone here familiar with it? Okay, and in all honesty, I asked this nice lady from CMHC. She said she was not familiar with it. This was a study done in 2018. It was a province-wide listening tour to address affordable housing for Indigenous people. It involved Métis Settlements General Council, Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta, the Institute for the Advancement of Aboriginal Women, Treaty 7 Management Corporation, Alberta Native Friendship Centers Association, the Métis Nation of Alberta. It engaged First Nations, Métis Settlements and Tribal Councils, addiction and mental health services, community services, emergency and shelter services, family and children's services, housing providers and agencies, women's organizations. It was a listening tour that had 16 workshops, 13 communities, 92 organizations, 200 completed surveys, 149 individual responses, and 51 organizations. I believe this is something worth considering because, in my opinion, due diligence here has not been done. What I'd like to do is bring to your attention the one point that was brought up in this study. What is most important when determining location for affordable rental housing? It wasn't the facility itself. What they talked about was the closeness to grocery stores, doctors, childcare, wraparound supports, not just being reactive to social issues, cultural gathering spaces, transit, and schools. I do believe that if the council were to give this due diligence, that they would reconsider zoning this from a P2 to an R8. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll open for questions.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions for clarity?
I will make this available to council as well and to anyone who is interested. It is online where I received it.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. First, actually, I'll get you to repeat those categories that you just mentioned about what should be considered when closed.
Okay, I'll repeat them here. This is, of course, a summary.
Yep.
They go into much more detail. Closeness to grocery stores. Now, we know that Friesen Brothers is around the corner, but they're a high-end, wonderful place. Maybe not necessarily most suitable for low-income, affordable people.
I'm just trying to note them down. So
oh, sure. Okay. Closeness to grocery stores, doctors, childcare, wrap-around supports, which is crucial, cultural gathering spaces, transit, and schools. Those are their main criterion.
Perfect, thank you. And then I do just have a question. In respect to green spaces, you mentioned obviously P2 is Parks District, it can be turned into a parks. Should the federal government allow it, the town could put a proposal to purchase that land. Obviously, it is federal land at this point in time, so they may not allow us to buy it, regardless of what proposal. But in the area, just taking a look at the aerial, there is the green space west of the Meridian Cove buildings. There's a green space north of Meridian Loop. There is a green space north of Meridian Heights School. There is the entire Meridian Heights schoolyard green space. There's the green space between Meridian Heights and St. Andrews. There is Rotary Park directly across the 5th Meridian. And then there is the Rotary Wellness Outdoor Workout Park and the entire green space there. Do you feel that there's a lack of green space in that area currently and that this is required to be green space in order to add benefit to the area?
Well, I'm not sure it's a fair question to ask me. I would direct you to all the people here in Stony Plain and the people that you represent. And I would dare venture to say that most would want more green space. So I think that's a question that council should ask to all the constituents and residents of Stony Plain. Would you rather have high-density housing, or would you rather have more park space?
Sure.
Good question to ask.
Definitely. And I would say that I think a lot of us have had those various conversations with many residents along the way, because there are other sides that come along with that, because the more green space we have, and we do have certain density targets we must maintain. Fortunately, in this area, I believe we would meet those because, as you mentioned, there is quite a bit of high density there. But there are trade-offs to that. There is more maintenance costs. There are, higher taxation due to lower density and so on and so forth. So definitely questions of consideration, and I appreciate you bringing that forward.
In terms of mental health, I know that when the City of Edmonton reduced their green space in Sir Winston Churchill Square, there was a major study that was put out that refuted why would they make that into a concrete jungle, and the study was basically showing that when there are more green spaces, people's mental health is better.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Does anyone else speak opposed to the proposed bylaw change? Oh, come on in. Okay, let him go first. Go ahead. And please, again, if you can just sign your name in there, and then just speak your name into the mic, and then you can go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Martin Hackle. I also live in Meridian Close currently. Been there for 11 years now. Basically, I'm opposed to this rezoning because I've actually worked in construction now for over 40 years. And I know what it takes. I've got a good idea what it takes to get a project of this size done, to demolish that building and then to bring in construction crews, trailers, equipment, and everything else. The one thing I haven't heard is any timeline. Like, I'm looking at this roadway in this area to be a construction site with, for how many years now? We're gonna have mud all over the road. We're gonna have noise all hours of the day. When are they gonna start construction? 7 o'clock in the morning is when I start. And sometimes we work late. So, just affecting the neighborhood in that manner by allowing a redistricting to high residential instead of just leaving it as a P2. We're a small little building going in there, or even a change to the existing building to make it usable for some purpose. That's my concern. I'd really like to know what you're going to do with all the C-cans, trailers, equipment, everything else that's going to be coming in and going in there, and all the children running around in the neighborhood, and the traffic's bad enough as it is. Never mind once it's already developed. I'm against any type of R8 development in that area.
Okay.
It's just too developed and too congested of an area already to allow that size of a project to continue to go ahead with.
Thank you for your presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? And maybe just one question for you, sir. You said
Yes.
you're in the construction for 40 years.
Yes, sir.
So then obviously you've seen the timelines of building houses, buildings, et cetera.
Yes.
Have you ever built a project that has not impacted any residents?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of projects. I've
Brand
done.
new subdivisions, right?
Yeah, but-
Not redevelopments. Every redevelopment that you've worked on has impacted the neighborhood.
To a lesser degree, if it's been a revamp of an existing structure or smaller structure, but, I mean, we're talking 56 stacked units here. I mean, that's going to be ongoing for how many years?
Okay. And for the timeline, you asked the question, we don't know.
Well,
because the thing is,
I mean,
this is not where we talk about timelines.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
talking about zoning.
I'm just saying.
If this zoning
impact.
passes or does not pass, then the federal government has the opportunity to reapply or do something else or appeal it, all that stuff. The timelines are known after the subdivision's actually been approved or not.
Okay.
And then actual development comes forward. And that's when we address parking issues, how many parking lots they have, timelines for when they get done. Because I think currently now we have a year, 2 years on development permits. So if they don't do anything within 2 years, then they have to reapply. Then it goes through the whole process again. Right? So we have those processes already built into our system, but we can't go there because we're not at that step. So we can't answer that question for you.
Okay.
Right?
So my point was basically allowing a rezoning for any type of building R8 is wrong for that area.
Okay. Will we be happy with medium density?
No.
Single family density?
That would be much less obtrusive to the neighborhood at this time.
Okay. But with any kind of redevelopment, you will have impact. 30
Yes,
streets.
lesser impact.
People coming in, so yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying higher density, more problems.
Okay, lesser impact.
Yeah.
So yes, lesser impact. Thank you.
Thank
Okay, don't say my hands up. Thank you very much for your presentation and speaking with council.
Thanks.
Okay. There was a lady that wanted to speak earlier, so. And welcome to Chambers. Again, please sign in and then speak into the mic, your name, and then you can go ahead.
Hi. My name is Faye Yakimchuk, and I live just before Meridian Heights School. And I would like to know what times that traffic study was done on, because I couldn't hear.
Okay, so it was done between 8 and 9 a.m. and 4 and 5 p.m.
Well, that doesn't apply to 44th Ave. We have rush hour that starts about 1:45 till probably 5 o'clock, going towards 6. And if that study was done in July and August, it's totally inaccurate. So I just wanted to make that point. There has to be at least 500 cars with people picking up their kids in the morning, in the afternoon, and then there's all the dues that happen in the evenings for schools. Whether it's sports, like it's continually busy. And I don't know how much I can emphasize that. I don't think it can honestly handle anymore. Kids have problems crossing the street. I don't know how many times I've gone to help kids because they don't know what to do. So that's my only point. Oh yeah, there was one other thing. They're going to put underground heating in that building. Is that true? Like that thermal heating?
It could be. Because
Okay.
it was one of the.
But
one
if
of
they
the-
do that thermal heating, can they still do underground parking?
I don't think this is underground parking. So based on the presentation that was on there, it is not underground parking.
There's nothing underground? Okay. That's a lot of people to put on the street. That's my only comments.
Yes. Thank you. And again, they were not, again, we have building bylaws that they have to present X number of stalls on their property for the X
Okay.
number of units. But I said, we cannot enforce that they actually park there because we know people that have garages that don't park in their pads or garages, they park on the street. So
No, I
it's the
realize that.
Same thing here.
But anybody who has a garage and doesn't park in it, at least one vehicle, you'd have to be insane.
That's not for you and I to judge. That's, you know, it is a public street and they're allowed to park
Yeah,
there.
no, I understand. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Faye. So I just wanted to just double check the hours were.
They
council-
start lining up at the school at 2 o'clock.
So it said in the package at 2.3, existing traffic, in order to establish existing traffic for the study, they completed a 24-hour turning movement count for 44th Ave and 48th Street, and at 44th Ave and 46th Street. It says Exhibit 2.2 illustrates the 2022 peak hour traffic volumes based on the counts completed. The AM peak hour occurred between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m., and the PM peak hour between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. Based on the review of historical Alberta transportation and the 100th highest hour estimated for the Highway 16A and Highway 779 interchange. It is noted that the 21 volume estimates are lower than 2019, likely due to the result of the COVID pandemic. So then it says Exhibit 2.3 presents an adjusted 2022 volume assumed representation typical to non-COVID conditions.
Okay, thank you. So it's a 24-hour study.
That's a 24-hour study.
Yes.
Geez, I find that hard to believe. Anybody else? Can I go now?
Thank you. Okay. Welcome, please again. Please sign in your name and then just speak your name into the mic and then go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Bayrock. I've lived in the community for over 40 years. I am a realtor for the past 12 years in Stony Plain. And so I believe I'm an expert of Stony Plain. I think that there are too many unknowns with the nonprofit group that they haven't answered to make this decision that we should just go ahead and rezone the property without knowing the answers to a lot of the questions, like parking, like is there going to be a percentage of tenants that are going to be non-Indigenous? Is there going to be handicapped facilities? Is there going to be room for seniors? If they're stacked townhouses, I can't see seniors doing stairs. There's just too many unknowns to change the zoning at this time, and I think that they should come up with some more answers before the property is rezoned. That's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Questions, clarity? Okay, I appreciate you. And I will address, again, parking again. There is parking requirements, so parking has to be held on site. So that doesn't go.
Okay, so the parking would be answered there, but
Okay.
what about?
And again, I'll address that again in terms of percentage of non-Indigenous people that may be living in that building if it is rezoned and built. Again, the answer we asked that question was no, there could be non-Indigenous people there.
Mhm.
But again, we do not own that project. We're not building the project.
Right.
And it is against the Constitution for us to limit that and to prevent that. Same as all the other buildings that are in town Stony Plain that we can't say who lives in those buildings or not.
Do any of the other buildings have a community kitchen?
Yes.
Which buildings?
Three Robins has the community kitchen that all the residents have the ability to use, make community food. They have social days. They do pizza there. They do coffee.
Okay.
We've been there for coffee. They've
Okay.
invited council to do that as well. And I think, again, it was just a cooking area. So there is that have that ability to do that, right?
So it'd be like an area that they can possibly book off for family dinners, what have you, that they need more space for.
Yeah, which I don't know.
Okay.
Because that's still, and in terms of accessibility, so in terms of the federal government, 20% of the residents have to meet or exceed the accessibility requirements of the building codes. So 20% of them have to meet and exceed, and only 30% of them are affordable. They're not subsidized, they're affordable.
Okay.
Let's move on. Okay. Anybody else in chambers like to speak against the proposal? Welcome to chambers.
Thank you for allowing me to address the council and mayor. I submitted a letter on the 4th of July with a few concerns that were very vague in any correspondence that we received concerning this proposal. And some of it has not been addressed. For example, there's a vegetable garden, or is it a garden? A vegetable garden? What type of a garden is it? We don't know. The outdoor area socializing and gatherings, we want a definition as to the type of socializing that would be conducted. We have not clarified that. And visitors parking, is it on-site? Will it be on 46th Street? And actually, where will the access to and from the complex be? Right now, the RCMP is off of 46th Street onto 44th Avenue. Now, the letter that was circulated back in March that came from Lynn Hanley, I got a copy from a concerned homeowner, and of course, we were totally oblivious to what this was all about. So I emailed Lynn Hanley on the 14th of April and told her that this proposal, project development, on the former RCMP site, we had no information whatsoever concerning it. It was never replied to, and so therefore, I contacted the town, and they allowed me to have a spreadsheet of addresses that were mailouts had gone to. I live in a complex of 38 townhouse units. 13 units were not on the list. The 25 owners that were on the list, which includes myself as well, I was only able to contact 10 of them. They have never received anything. So that's only 38 units, which is directly across the RCMP site. Now, I've lived there for 22 years, and I have yet to have seen activity ranging from 250 to 300 per day. That's a stretch, even for a week. So that information is totally incorrect. And I would like to question that within a 2-block area, already housing 3 R8s and 2 R6s, how could we possibly put in another 8? I think the concept is wonderful. I don't believe that anyone in this country should go hungry or not have a roof over their head that they can afford. But I believe that there's another location more suitable, and that corner is not the location. I'm sorry.
Thank you for your presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, I don't know that we heard your name.
It's Ruby Burek.
Ruby? Perfect. Thank you, Ruby. Question for you. So I just want to clarify. So do you live in the condominiums adjacent to 46th Street?
Right across the road from
Excellent.
the,
And so
the site.
in the middle of those condominiums, there's quite a large green space, correct?
I'm sorry?
So in the middle of those condominiums, it's kind of, there's a green space.
There's a bit
in
of a
there.
green space because there's parking for, I guess, the courthouse and the employees. There's a small area in back of the RCMP site.
No, sorry. So I'm thinking,
I'm on 46th Street, directly across
directly
the
across from the RCMP parking lot.
That's right.
Yes, okay, so in your condominium complex, it's basically a square of condominiums.
Right.
And in the middle of that, there is a relatively sizable green space, correct?
That's right, yes.
So that would be considered a community gathering space, correct?
It's our courtyard, yes.
Yeah. So is there any limitations on what you can do in that space? Does the town define what it is that you can do in that space?
Any limitations?
Yeah.
Not that I know of. Like, give me an example.
Well, I'm just curious. So you had mentioned that this proposal came forward with a gathering space and a community space, and you wanted to know what type of socializing and activities could occur there.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if you would have the guidelines as to what activities could occur in the same community gathering space that you have in your current condominium complex.
No, we wanted it defined as to what area was going to be for socializing, and is it for the residents? Is it for anybody, or?
Okay, and I think that would be much further along in the project outside of rezoning. And then in regards to the garden, you had some concerns in the garden. So the town obviously has a community standards bylaw. That
Yeah,
community standards
that's right.
bylaw puts in
According to
place
the
as to
bylaw.
what, can and can't be grown, where can and can't be grown, anything like that. So do you have any specific issues with the community standards bylaw that as long as this property
No.
was adhering to?
As long as it's abided by the town bylaw.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clarity? Thank you much for your presentation, Ruby.
Pardon me?
Thank you for your presentation, Ruby. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the chamber would like to speak against the proposed bylaw? Anything that's new to add?
Can I ask a question?
Sure can.
Sorry, just with Ned Ambrose again is my name. In regards to this, the research and the study that's been done, has anything been done in regards to power consumption? And the reason that I ask that is I don't want to use the word frequently, but it's not uncommon to have power outages at our complex in the area. So I'm just wondering if there has been studies done on that and if it would impact if there's another 56 units absorbing power from the.
That would probably not at this point.
Okay.
That will be done when they actually, if it gets passed, they'll have to apply for that with Fortis and ATCO, and then they will figure out what the requirements are, and then they will build the capacity that's necessary to hold it and to go. Right?
Thank you.
Anybody else in the chamber would like to speak against the bylaw? Okay, moving on, next part of the public hearing. So this is the time that we allow anybody that has a general comment regarding the bylaw, proposed bylaw change. Administration, has anybody registered?
No, Your Worship.
Okay. Then I'll open up to the floor. Anybody that has a general comment regarding the proposed bylaw change? I can't hear you. You can't. And then this is a public hearing, so I would need you just to write your name and then say it into the mic so that we can capture it.
I just wanted to express my disappointment for the lack of information I received. I live right across the street from what this is going to be, and you keep saying you have a 68-page information package, or you've got this. I got nothing. I didn't get mail. I didn't get any of that. And I'm wondering, why it wasn't made more available earlier.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live 46th Street. I'm the second in from the corner. Pardon? Oh, okay, thanks. But I feel like there's been some kind of collusion or something going on, that there's all these people who've never even heard of this package, who've never had the opportunity to read it.
Okay.
And I just wonder why? Why hasn't it been available?
Okay, so in terms of the package, we don't send the package out. We send a letter where you can contact the staff or go online to read the package because it's posted publicly. We're not going to send a package of 100 and some pieces of paper to everybody.
Could I have requested one? Would I have
You
got
could have requested
one?
and it is public document, so it is on the website.
Okay.
Right, and it was posted on Thursday. So it was there, and if you received the letter earlier, you could have requested that as well.
I didn't get a letter.
Yeah, and that's what I want to address
never
right
got
now. So in
anything.
terms of administration, that was one of the concerns that was raised in the letters, that some residents did not receive a letter. Okay, can you explain the process of how that happened? Because, I don't know how that happened. I know we have a radius that we're supposed to mail to. Is it because it's multi-family units and they think one unit is for the whole building instead of, each building has 30 or 40 different units actually inside there?
Yeah, certainly, Your Worship. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. So, again, at a general level, the town meets the notification requirements through posting information to the website, through publishing it in the newspaper of the local record, so to speak, as well as sending out notification letters to the general public. The general public being those located within, I believe, about a 200-meter radius, 300-meter radius of the project site. And again, Your Worship, as we began the public hearing, just indicating that initially 466 letters were sent. Within about, let me see here, June 14th, we mailed out 466 letters. June 28th, we were made aware of 40 residents, I guess I would say, that were not contacted directly by those notification letters, so we sent those out on the 28th. And again, Your Worship, July 5th, we were made aware of another area that had been missed, so we sent out 128, sorry, Your Worship, on July 5th. As to how did, sorry, Your Worship, as to how did that specifically happen, suffice to say, Your Worship, part of our IT systems or our, the computer system that maintains the land district, the roll, tax rolls and so on and so forth, didn't merge properly to our mailing system is probably the easiest way I could put it there. That being said, Your Worship, certainly that's, it's not acceptable for us to have missed those. We tried to get them out as soon as we could when we found out about it. And we were notified by area residents that they did not receive them, and that's what triggered the awareness. So having said that, Your Worship, I think maybe a point of clarity too, just for the public hearing itself, is the manner in which those notifications go out. As some of the residents have indicated, I know Council has seen these types of letters before. They are fairly straightforward. They do just simply note date, times, sites, and a pretty basic description of the change being presented. It does direct, anyone receiving one is directed to the date of the council meeting. I believe there is a link, so to speak, to go to the website to inspect the bylaw, and that would be available to the residents and to anyone else. And I think the final thing, Your Worship, if I can just comment a little bit further, just for clarification, I think for everybody in the room this evening. So the information that both administration is referring to, council is referring to, was provided publicly, I believe, probably about Thursday at noon or 2 o'clock. And as council is aware, that's the first time that council sees the entirety of all of that information, subject to what was available at first reading, which I believe was going back a couple months ago. I can't remember the exact date. So Your Worship. Certainly, I won't make an excuse for errors made on mailing. MGA has been met as far as public notification, and a good deal of the information was available since the first reading on March 24th? Sorry, May 24th, Your Worship. So I'll stop there if that answered the question you had originally posed.
But the
Thank you.
last set of letters that you actually were mailed on July the 5th, so they were late for anybody to make a submission because they didn't receive the letter until after the cutoff date. And I find that's very distressing.
Yes, and we apologize again, the staff. There was kind of a transition problem, but we did receive a late letter that did come in, and we did also receive this. So everything that was submitted, we did receive, and then those that are able to come, they're allowed to present as well. So we apologize, but yeah, the package is there. It is publicly, and if you want a written copy of that, you can request that, and our staff will make sure we print it out for you. But we're not going to print it out for everybody in the neighborhood, but we'll print it to whoever wants them.
Okay. So who would I go to get requested?
Yeah. One of those gentlemen over there will give you a card, and then they'll contact you, and then they'll get it printed for you. So they'll have the study, they'll have everything else that's on there for you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Is anybody else in the chamber like to make a general comment? Okay. Hello. Thank you. Again, just please sign. If there's no more room, I think there's a second page, or you can flip it over and you can write your name on the other side.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I actually have a question to clarify things for me, because I'm kind of dense sometimes. We're here tonight arguing or debating the P2 to the P8, right? Okay. So if you decide it is being an 8, does that mean that the presentation that they gave, that is a definite go-ahead, that is what's in the books?
The answer is no.
So what is the next step if you decide to rezone?
Okay. So in the past, this level of information is above and beyond what normal municipalities do. So when other municipalities deal with a rezoning, they just talk about rezoning. There's no schematic of what it could look like, because that's not what we're talking about. Town of Stony Plain, about 10 years ago, we asked for that additional information so that we have a visual idea of what it could look like. Most of that would be handled by our staff, and through the presentation, council would more like hope that it stays that way. If not, then there's some conversations to be had. But if it's rezoned R8, it can be anything listed under R8.
So this is the only opportunity for the neighborhood to have a voice about, well, even if it gets rezoned, but after that, we really have no voice.
Right. So,
correct?
So again, yes. So our conversation tonight, council will debate later on, is it best to leave it as a P2 or to approve it as an R8, which has been applied for?
So what will the presentation that was shown tonight for the housing, what do they have to go through to get approval? Because everything she said was conceptual.
Yes. So then they would have to apply with a detailed design, right, with the number of parking stalls, heights, where power is, where water is going to connect it, where the sewer is going to connect it, and then our staff will review that to make sure that it fits our land use bylaws, it connects well to our sanitary and water, and then if it all meets, and then that gets approved.
By council?
By administration.
Pardon me?
By our staff.
Okay.
Right, so we approve the zoning, right? We also approve the bylaws of number of parking stalls per unit, the number of percentage of the property that can be built on. So for example, on a single family lot, there's requirements that you can only build on no more than, I think it's like 55% of your lot, right? So our staff will make sure that that happens. So on R8, it says, I think it's like 40% of the lot. So they'll have to build based on whatever that requirement is, and our staff do the calculations to make sure that they fit in all those requirements.
Okay, because I really think the presentation tonight, if it hadn't been, everything was consensual, and we haven't decided this yet, and we haven't decided that yet, it really left us wondering what we're in for.
And I understand that, and that's why previous, when I got in council, we added this extra concept design, because at this stage, we're not even supposed to see the concept design. All we're talking about is P2 to R8. What happens after that, that's not a conversation yet. For the community, is it best to leave it as a P2 or an R8?
Yeah, I was just more concerned whether this is the be-all and end-all of our input.
Yes. Why? So then we've heard your inputs from an R8 is traffic, safety, density, and all that stuff, which adds to that conversation of rezoning it.
Yeah, but that's it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, I am against it, and I agree with pretty much everything that was presented against it tonight.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
And your name?
Heather Bailey.
Thanks. Thank you, Heather. Any questions for clarity and understanding from members of council? Councilor Hansard?
Your Worship, I'd just like to clarify. Later, when we have our business portion and we debate what we're going to do with all the information that's been gathered here and that came in our council package and that's explained to us by administration and shared among members of council, hopefully with a great many of these people still in council chambers, you say we decide if it will stay P2 or be changed to R8. If we decide against changing this to R8 tonight, that is not necessarily a final word, is it? Somebody else or another developer could come forward with something else on this property so that the residents here don't leave thinking if we rule in their favor that that's it, the battle's over, never again to be come up against, that there still may be something proposed for this land. Is that correct?
That is sort of correct, Councillor Hansard. Again, this is owned by the federal government, so it's land that's owned by the federal government. They went and asked for expressions of interest, right, for a multi-use, multifamily site, right, with a minimum of 53 units. So anybody coming forward will have to have a minimum of 53 units. And another requirement is that 30% of those units have to be at 80% of the mid-market rental rate. Okay? Again, for 25 years. Not a stipulation of us, not a stipulation of it is a stipulation of the federal government. Okay? As well, 20% of those units have to meet or exceed the accessibility requirements. That's not a requirement from us, but from the federal government who owns that land. Okay? And also, the fourth condition is that it has to be more energy efficient than what it is right now. Again, that's why they have to talk about underground heating and all that stuff, because those are the requirements that they have to tick off to have this project go ahead to the federal government.
Okay, thank you for that. And then to make absolutely crystal clear, this was not this developer who went to the federal government about buying this land and coming up with a project. This was not the town who went to the federal government about coming up with a project for that land. This was the federal government saying, we no longer want to own this land. We no longer want to be responsible to maintain and pay for an empty building and endure the insurance costs, et cetera. We want to move it. And because of that, they put out a proposal for what they desired under the affordable housing strategies to see who might come forward. And then there were multiple applicants who came forward, and then the federal government chose these people as at least for now, the chosen applicant, because they met all of the stipulations that the federal government desired on that land. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, that made it clear. I have one other thing. A lot of people signed a petition from this neighborhood. Is that Okay, and that is going to carry some weight?
Yeah.
How much weight is that going to carry?
Well, it depends the conversation around the table.
Pardon?
It'll depend on what is said around the table.
I still don't understand.
It'll be determined by the conversation around the table, but every letter that was sent in is in there, and I've read it, and I think members of council read it. We read the letter that came in late, and I'll also read these names here.
Okay, thank you very much.
In every public hearing, we do weigh what the residents have to say as well. Thank you. Thank you. And I would like to make a general comment. And again, we are now past the stage of for and against. This is a general comment about the proposed bylaw. Okay? Please. And please write your name. And again, if I need you to, I'll ask you to speak your name into the mic for the record, because this is a public hearing and we need to have that recorded to meet the standards of the MGA.
I've only got a couple things to say.
Okay, your name, sir?
Yeah, that's fine.
We can't hear him. You have to speak it into the mic so that we pick it up, so that we can record it.
I was going to yell anyhow. One thing, if this goes through and our property values go down, does the town of Stony Plain want to contribute to what we paid, to what they go down in?
That's a good question to ask, sir. And what was your name again? What's your name?
Reg what?
Reg White. Okay, the town does not do that. The town rezones a lot of properties and a lot of development happens. We do not take any assessment increases or assessment losses on your property. For example, if you built your house in 1930, the town has changed a lot of bylaws and a lot of changes since 1930. You sell it tomorrow, we're not going to take the profit from it. It's yours, right? But if you built your house in, for example, 2008, when there's a big boom, and you sold it in 2012, you lost money on it based on the changes that the town has done, because we're always changing, we're building new houses. We don't take the loss on that. So the answer is no, sir.
So we just lose our money?
No, because I said the town changes a lot of bylaws. The community continues to change. Where you live has changed considerably lots of times, right? Unless you're willing to give the town all the profits that you made from when you bought the house to when you sell it, then we're willing to do that.
I'll give all the profit.
So that's a fun thing. So the town doesn't do that because that's yours, and we will not reimburse you because that's also yours.
Okay, second thing is, nobody got notices, but our tax notice come right on time. Nobody missed the tax notices.
Great, and thank you for that, and I guess the administration has addressed that, and they are sorry that it happened, and we'll make sure that does not happen again.
Yeah, but our tax notice is right on time.
Thank you.
And they're paid on time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate it. Okay, anybody else in the chamber would like to speak general comment? Okay, sir, you've already spoken in the public hearing. This is a general comment now.
Just a general comment, yes. Okay, this fine counselor here suggested or stated that it was the federal government that dictated the use of this property. I'm just wondering if the council here would have the courage to address the federal government, who are also our representatives, to say, we don't want a development here, we want it as park space. Is there any possibility that this could be donated to the town of Stony Plain as a federal park or as park space for its use? Would the council be willing to keep the zoning, P2, and address this issue with the federal government as opposed to say, oh, gee whiz, they said it's supposed to be for housing and there's nothing else we can do?
Okay.
General comment.
Okay, general comment. And the answer is probably yes, if that's what council wants to do. However, knowing that we're dealing with the federal government, the likely answer is no. They have an agenda that they want to go ahead and pursue. Because 10 years ago when I became the mayor, and we knew that the RCP was going to get relocated because of the age of the building, I've approached Minister Ambrose and also then our MP Dane Lloyd about purchasing that ourselves as the town of Stony Plain to make it a multifamily unit with wraparound services, with Service Alberta, Service Canada, and then also housing on top. It did not get down to our level. So again, federal government goes, whoever has it first has the ability to use that. So all the RCMP units gets a chance to take over that property. Then after that, all the other federal ministries get to, then all the other federal grants. So it has to come down all those levels.
Your worship.
So I was intended, and I wanted the town to buy because I think it's beneficial for us.
You stated if that is what the council wants to do. Is that what the council wants to do?
That's a conversation with council.
Good question. Thank you.
Great. Okay. We also have a general comment regarding the proposed bylaw change. Anybody else in the chambers want to have a general comment regarding the bylaw change? Okay. Seeing none, it goes back to the, I believe it's the applicant. So the applicant, you have the opportunity to come back and make closing comments or address any issues or comments that were not answered that you'd like to address now.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship and Council. Pardon me, very dry in here. We don't have much more to add. I just want to reiterate the importance of the contribution this kind of a project will make to the town of Stony Plain. In terms of the alignment with the housing, the affordable housing strategy, I think there's a very strong alignment with the values of this town, of the council administration. And I hear a lot of the comments, and I think that this is something that's going to be a very important contribution to the community, to Meridian Heights, to the town of Stony Plain, in many different ways. And one thing we've heard a little bit about is the fact that this is an opportunity for reconciliation, an opportunity to build a relationship with an Indigenous community from this territory in the context of housing, and to work together on something that is a defined need within this community. Yeah, and I think that's it. We'll leave our comments there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay. That comes to the end of our public hearing process. To administration, has the process been followed to match the MGA requirements?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay, so with that, then I declare public hearing 2611 LUO 22, land use bylaw to redistricts 4601 44th Avenue as closed. Thank you. And we will be dealing with that later in the agenda item. Right now is, let's take a recess and we'll come back to our meeting to number 6 of our council agenda. Okay. Members Council, Administration, we're getting back to our agenda, coming back from our recess. And our agenda is number 6. Okay, adoption of council minutes. Councilor Loyens, please.
Town Council approved the June 27, 2022 regular council meeting minutes and July 4th, 2022 governance and priorities meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you. Members of council, if you had the opportunity to read them, any errors or omissions on the 2 minutes? Okay, didn't see any. Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, moving on to number 7 is council boards and committee minutes. Councilor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council received the council boards and committee minutes for information.
Okay, members of council, it is for the Meridian Housing Foundation and the GCC. Any questions, comments regarding those? Okay, seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Okay, moving on to number 8, which is bylaws. Bylaw 2661 LUO/22. Go ahead, administration.
Your Worship, the town administration has nothing further and would welcome questions from council.
Okay, and I'm just going to ask members of administration to speak directly into the mics because it is still hard of hearing. I don't know if the baffles or whatever is not going. Again, turn the mics directly to you and then kind of lean into it and speak louder into it, please. Okay, members of council, we have the presentations, we have the public hearing. Need a motion for second reading. Councilor Hanson.
Your Worship, I move that Town Council give second reading to bylaw 261 LUO 22 to amend land use bylaw 2654 LUO 22.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, questions, comments, and debate on the motion for second reading. I'll start the first question to administration. On the letters that we received from residents, quite a few of them mentioned parking as a concern, changing from a P2 to an R8. Can administration provide the parking requirements of a R8 if council approves it?
Your Worship, I'll add some comments and then maybe ask our development supervisor to add to it. There are parking requirements as stipulated in the development process with the land use bylaw. I'll ask our development supervisor to further flesh those out.
That's correct, Your Worship. There is a requirement that one space be provided per one bedroom dwelling and 1.5 spaces be provided per bedroom with 2 or more 1.5 spaces be provided per dwelling with 2 or more bedrooms. So based on the proposal of 56 units, this could be anywhere from 56 to 84 parking stalls required, depending on how many bedrooms are in each dwelling unit. Additionally, 6 visitor parking spaces would be required.
Thank you. Members of council? Councilor Hansard?
Thank you, Your Worship. To administration, I would like to just get clarification. In years past in development, 2-bedroom could be fudged on a little bit by not having it be straight up a 2nd bedroom with an egress window and a closet. Will there be any of that going on here where indeed the 2nd bedroom will be a den and no closet, or a den with a window, no closet, or a den with no closet and a window? In other words, in order to meet the requirement for a 2nd parking stall for those 2-bedroom units, the whole thing, the whole package has to be stipulated. Will there be any allowing for that kind of movement around the actual requirement for 2-bedroom units?
Through your worship to Councillor Hansard, thank you for the question. At this stage, we don't have any detailed floor plans, so I'm not aware of what the current proposal would be, other than that they have a concept for 56 dwellings. I can tell you that the proposal will be reviewed with scrutiny to ensure that the parking requirements are met. We're well aware that that's a concern from the community and a concern of the town, broadly speaking.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment further to that. This community will be watching what happens with this development. So any attempt by the developer to create, to bypass needing to provide the required parking by calling something a two-bedroom but not having it meet the full qualifications of a two-bedroom, that will not go unnoticed by this community. That's all. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Plechko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, a couple of things this evening. First off, I think what we heard tonight was some great concerns from our residents on a process that was flawed, that caused them some grief and some despair over a project that really shouldn't have much despair over. I'm wondering, with the despair that's even though we've met all requirements through the MGA, which I think is kind of pushing the limits a little bit myself, because we've been known to be very transparent with what we do within our communities. Is there any need, do you see any need for let's call it a tiny bit of break? And I realize what it does. It puts the developer a bit on hold for the project that they need, but it also allows the people in our community to understand what it is truly that is trying to be done. We're trying to move a community forward in a very good way. I heard many residents tonight talk about not being informed properly. Now, I understand that our formation is usually just a small letter that comes out, and then it's left upon them to get the necessary requirements. But I think it was close to almost 200 people in an area. We went from 4-something to 6-something that were missed along the way. Portions got part, some just got, which left them lurching in the background, wanting to know more. And today they got a little bit of it, but it still leaves them pretty empty. And when we move a project forward within our community, we have great intentions to move them projects forward. However, this one is probably the most kerfuffled that I've seen since I've been on council. And it leaves me wondering a little bit what our process is with the administration team. Now, I know our administration team is strong and they do the best to their abilities always, and I'm not questioning that in any way, shape, or form. What I'm questioning is just maybe we take a tiny bit of a breath. It may not make a difference on the outcome at all, but it may give our residents a tiny bit of time to have that conversation with our administration to just get some of their own needs clarified. I'm not suggesting that we need to bring this back in any way, shape, or form. Just I'd like you to address that as how you see that fit.
Thank you, Your Worship, for the question. So I'll try to be succinct, but certainly I'll stop at some point and see if I'm on track. So again, just to be for clarity, again, I know it's a challenging concern for members of council. So it's my understanding that there was a sum total of 634 landowner letters, resident letters that were sent out by the end of the process, so to speak. So of that 634, there was 168 that would have been, call it what you want, late in various ways. So again, we started on the 14th. 2 weeks later, we caught 40. Those went out, and looks about a week after that, we still found 128. So again, just for some clear numbers, 634 were sent. 168 were sent at late, I guess is the way I would put it for this part of the conversation. So with that, Your Worship, I think to a question, what could be done or what may be done. Again, to be clear, the requirements of the MGA have been met, and I believe it's important to make that clear both to council and to the public for sure. This council, I think, as was noted at some point during the public hearing, quite some years ago, decided to go the general practice as above and beyond, and that's why we do even further mail out distance than I believe what is required as well. And again, in this instance, that wasn't the case. How did we? I think I explained a bit. It was for lack of a better way of putting it, a bit of a process error on two systems talking to each other, if that makes any sense. But clearly and cleanly, moving forward, there needs to be one more check in place, and that needs to be a human-centered check and not an acceptance that system worked properly, because clearly it did not in this case. So to go forward from this evening, I guess, I would say, part of that question is for council to answer. I don't know if it's necessarily for me to answer about, the timing or extension, so to speak. I think one thing that, regardless of council's direction this evening or vote on the bylaw, we administratively can certainly re-provide some of this information. As it's been noted, there's I'm not even sure, probably at least 250 some pages in here related to transit or transportation studies and geotech studies and so on and so forth. And we can provide not hard copies to every single person out there, but we can certainly take that mailing list and maybe be a practice run for double checking at this time, and send some further links out there and just put some stuff out to the public to help for the basic understanding. That, Your Worship, I'll stop there. That's just I guess sort of first blush thought as to what could transpire moving forward. Should council see fit, I guess I'll be, if council sees fit to approve second and third reading, we could do something like that. If council ultimately sees fit not to approve second or third reading, then some of that may be not necessary at this point in time or immediately. So I'll stop there, Your Worship, just to get some answers and some thought.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the question by Council Pesch, because that was one of the concerns that I've written down and was addressed by the member of the residents. However, because this is a public hearing and a bylaw change, the opportunity for residents to address council is prior and at the public hearing. So if we pause this and do nothing, that means we cannot have any communications with our public in terms of written, verbal, anywhere else about this rezoning. So in essence, we're like a jury where we're sequestered with zero TV, zero social media, zero everything until we deal with it again. Okay? I'm probably not for that, especially that we did meet all the MGA requirements. And I don't know if more information is warranted at this point in time. I think the problem is that as a bylaw change, we're looking at zoning. We got too deep in the woods, into the weeds. Right? Do we as a council think P2 in that location is better than an R8, or is an R8 better than P2? For our development, our growth of community, of all the plans that we have in place, right? We have a municipal development plan that shows our vision of growth over the next 25 years. We have an affordable housing plan that shows how we need to progress in terms of affordable housing. We have a transit plan. We have all these plans that we've adopted as council to move our community forward. How does this zoning or zoning change that's been applied for, does that help us move those plans forward? Right? It's not about who lives there. It's not about the site, the color of the siding, if there's going to be a green space or there's going to be a community garden. That's all regulated by the land use bylaw and our community standards bylaw. Councilor Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that additional information. I think it's important. What I wanted to get into is, you kind of touched a little bit on it too, is I think what's important tonight really is we're dealing with a zoning. We're really dealing with what needs to fit into that area. We're not dealing with what the project is or who the project's about, but we're dealing with what can work within our community. And it could be any developer in front of us today wanting this project. And we would have to base it on whether it fits within what we allow within our community. And I would encourage each one of us sitting here today it's about a zoning bylaw. It's whether it's P2 or an R8. That's really what it amounts to today. Once that's zoned, then we can talk about, well, we don't even get to talk about, administration gets to talk about what fits within the rest of what we're allowed to do within our community. So I think it's very clear today. I would encourage everybody that sat here and listened today that what you do is when you bring your proposals forward, you take into consideration everything you heard in this room and every person that spoke, because you want to fit in with the community. And this goes for anybody that's a developer within our community. I've heard this many, many times in our community, and I think that's the key point. When we have these hearings, it's a great time for us to hear from our residents, and our residents have spoke. They've got some concerns, and rightfully so, but they would have them concerns with anybody within our community. So as we move this forward tonight, guys, it's really P2, R8, and we need to decide what that looks like. So I encourage each one of you to take a spot at it, and I kind of think where I'd like to sit tonight for myself, but I'm really open to hearing what each one of you have to say so I can make my final decision once I've heard that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Klaschko. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just go back to that parking question for my first comments here. Page 98 of our package actually shows the proposed development for 56 units, approximately 164 people, and this was provided by Niche Development. So it shows 4 one-bedroom units, 28 two-bedroom units, 18 three-bedroom units, and 6 four-bedroom units. So using the figures provided by administration of 1 parking space per one-bedroom unit, 1.5 for 2+ bedroom units, and then the 6 visitor spaces, this development will actually require 88 parking spaces on property, which for a 56-unit complex, I think is actually quite fair. That's a fair number. I'm concerned that they'll be able to fit 88 parking spaces on that property with the 56 units, but that's not for me to worry about. But we have that in our requirements. Those are our requirements. When we're looking at R8 zoning, based on the proposal of 56 units, they need 88 parking spots. So I think that's pretty fair. We did have a couple of things that were on my radar, like on that. I do have some questions though. First is to administration, through you, Your Worship, in regards to stormwater management. So that is one of the ones that is kind of mentioned as a bit of a concern in here. Obviously, we know we have a stormwater master plan that addresses many of the older areas of town that don't necessarily have stormwater management because it was not a requirement when those areas were first developed. As we move forward in redeveloping some of our older areas of town, including an area like this, what opportunities do we have, or what requirements, I guess, can we put in place on the new development to more effectively manage that stormwater? It's going to be a lot of rooftop, and it's going to be a lot of asphalt.
Through your worship to Councilor Laurie, the site servicing plan at the time does indicate a number of options, including low impact development, rooftop drainage, and ways to attenuate the water on the site. Given that we're at a conceptual level now, we can't really flesh out exactly what those are going to look like right now. LIDs have been implemented in communities where there is low grade, difficult drainage. They allow for different release rates to make sure that they're not overwhelming the surrounding properties. There's lots of different ways to approach this problem with the developer at that stage when we understand, knowing that there are a lack of other stormwater management facilities in the area. So those would be top of mind in this particular topic for us to discuss with them.
Okay, so just for clarity, there will be a requirement for this developer to adhere to certain stormwater management standards to fit within our system.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, there are standards that outlined in our municipal development standards, as well as our local understanding within the town's administration that we need to be forthright with when we're reviewing them at the detailed stage. So to answer your question, simply yes.
Excellent, thank you. And then I have one more question that I'll ask now, Your Worship, and then I'll allow some of my colleagues to continue. In regards to the contaminated soil that I mentioned earlier, in the environmental site assessment, it mentions a couple of areas of the site that have some contaminated soil that will need some remediations. One of the concerns that we heard, and I think is a very just concern, is there are some very beautiful trees on that property. Regardless of what is developed here, Did the contaminated soils impact the area around those trees, and would we be at risk of losing those trees in order to remediate, no matter what the development was?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, with respect to the report outlines that the contaminants in question are petroleum hydrocarbons, or PHDs. In the study done in 2010, the environmental site assessment outlined concerns with the soil quality. In a most recent, more in-depth level 2 study, it has come back that there is no site remediation required on the site. I will ask our development supervisor to maybe talk about the tree question from Councillor Laurie.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, the town of Stony Plain does not have any fashion of private tree protection legislation. So, provided this proponent was successful, it would be private land, and they do have the authority to use the trees or remove them as they like. That being said, the land use bylaw does have landscaping requirements, and there would be an expectation that a landscaping plan be provided, a certain amount of planting be provided as well, and of course, administration would encourage the protection or preservation of any existing old growth.
Thank you. So just for clarity then, the level 2 assessment that was done after the original contamination was found has now deemed that there is not remediation required on site.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, the report stipulates that there's no remedial requirements.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie, Deputy Mayor. And again, I just want to address that the tree topic here has been listed, and I have that marked down as well. In terms of what administration said, we do not have a private tree policy within Town of Stony Plain. The Town of Stony Plain does not direct members of our residents or community of what to plant, how to plant, and what to cut down and what not to cut down. This is not a lot that's owned by the Town of Stony Plain. If it was, we do have a policy that dictates what we can and cannot do with those trees and how we prune them, how we do those other things. But again, this is a private individual lot that we do not have a say on. Yes, you have to keep it, no, you cannot keep it, or etc. And in terms of storm, council members, page 105, I think Councillor Laurie addressed to this. It does talk about storm discharge and storm management. So on site, under development, there will be low impact development, rooftop storage, and water cisterns for the on-site garden irrigation. On 5.3 is the impact of the existing storm system. On the pre-development as is right now, it is fairly equal to what the post-development is. However, the post-development has a 24 cubic meters of stored volume, which means it is holding 24 cubic meters of water more than the existing site as is right now. So to address the problems of storm, it is addressed on the impact study and the way that Associated had written the report. Administration, anything to add to that?
To your worship, nothing to add to your answer. I will add, well, actually, I do have one thing to add, pardon me, that ultimately the amount of hardscaping will impact the amount of LID and other things which will be fleshed out detailed design. But ultimately, your comments are correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in regards to some of the issues that were brought up in regards to the green space that the current location provides, I just wanted to make a note that under the P2 zoning, which it currently sits at, there is a lot coverage of 70% maximum that they are allowed to build on. Under an R8 lot coverage, it is only a 50% maximum. So that would actually mean there would be more green space if we rezone to a R8 instead of leaving it as a P2, which would then give those people that had concerns about their dogs and the really small chunk of green that is there currently, they would have more being provided. So I just wanted to make a note of that.
Okay. Thank you for that. And again, I would just remind council that 70% and 50% is the development size of the property. So it doesn't really mean green space. It could be parking lot, it could be apparatus, it could be a play gym and all that stuff. It just means the amount of land that you see, the development on a P2 means if you have a lot that's 100 square meters, you can build on 70% of it. If you have an R8, you can only develop on 50% of that. So the logic says that there might be more green space, there might be more sight lines, it will not be built over the whole property. So. Councillor Hansard, you had your hand up? Go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship, a couple of things. Councillor Loynes has now revealed to all of us that she's got that P2 zoning ace up her sleeve, and she will pull it out at every opportunity. And I personally thank her very much for looking at that detail, those details around what is it zoned now versus what will it be and what will it be like when it's rezoned. And we're not getting to pick the R8 or not. It just is or it doesn't happen, I guess. I wanted to say that a couple of things strike me, and you did give me a chance, Mr. Mayor, to clarify before everyone in council chambers left earlier. But there's a couple of things that really come out in a very pronounced way, and I realize we're only on second reading, and your best arguments are made in third reading, but we have to pass second before we get to third, whatever happens in third. Not that it's a foregone conclusion that it will pass. I simply want to read from page 22 of our 421-page council package at the top under rationale for the planning bylaw. And I'm not going to read the first part. I'm going to read the part that hits us right between the eyes. This surplus land has been designated for affordable housing under the Federal Lands Initiative, a program led by Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation in 2021, not eons ago, but recently. Canada Mortgage and Housing issued a request for expression of interest in keeping with the Federal Lands Initiative, and Lac St. Anne Métis Community Association was selected by the federal government to purchase the land and buildings for the purpose of developing an affordable housing complex. So a whole lot of the what if and what could it be and what could it not be and can we make it a park sort of is not in our hands. It does have to fit with what our community and council will allow, but it's not like we are trying to fine tune because we are the ones wanting this to happen. We're taking something that gets delivered into our laps and we're trying to do the best we can for everybody. I also want to remind council that I sat on Family and Community Support Services for 9 years of my political career, and 5 years of that was when I was a councilor wannabe. I was a chair for FCSS 3 times in that time period. And for those many years ago, starting in the late 90s, I will tell you that it was been a dream and a goal, an initiative of Family and Community Support Services to create affordable housing. Many communities, we have some right in our own region, who talk about affordable housing, but they don't want to go down this tough road that we're going down. They don't want to really take those words and put them into action. And it's the councils that will take those words and give them meaning by bringing them to life under tremendous guidance that has been given to us through FCSS and our general manager, Lisa Gilchrist, in the years that she's given to FCSS, and now has a bigger portfolio, never forgetting that this is one of the cornerstones of what they are about, and I believe it's one of our main initiatives as council. If we're not about trying to create affordable housing in our community to help people with the situation that so many face, then what are we about? What are we here for? Because it's not good enough to just talk affordable housing if you're not willing to put your foot forward and make something happen. Those two things weigh very, very heavily on me. Mistakes and notifications, I'm terribly sorry about that. People being upset, I feel for them. I've had things happen even in my own neighborhood I wasn't real happy about, but I'm still there. I will tell you that it's important that this councilor take a stand. And I'm willing to put it all on the line for this kind of an initiative. If not here, then where? Not my neighborhood, but somebody else's neighborhood. There's a lot of words that aren't being spoken that are couched in those terms. I don't like those words, the ones that are unspoken. What I do like, Mr. Mayor, is that we have the courage to stand up and do what we know we ought to do. And so unless the wisdom of council and anything else administration may say, because now the public is silent, sways me otherwise, I'm leaning very strongly in supporting second reading, and then we'll see what happens at third reading. My hand will go up when you call the vote, and then I'll know what I'm doing.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Councillor Hansard. And for those that are following along, on page 17 and page 19 outlines what we're actually talking about. Number 17 is the P2 districting, and page 19 is the R8 districting. So if anybody's looking at what other uses could happen in the P2, what's permitted is community facility, community garden, daycare service, education service, general accessory development, government services, hospital, outdoor storage, accessory development, park, recreation facility, and religious assembly. And this discretionary use is artisan food establishment, artisan shop, a bar, a cemetery, an outdoor eating establishment, a parking facility, a prefabricated structure, a private club, a restaurant, a retail development, a shopping container accessory development, shipping, okay, that was a shipping, and surveillance, a suite, a theater, or also tourist information. So again, that's on page 17, and on page 19 lists the uses of R8. And thank you for mentioning FSS, Councillor Hansard. So one of the questions that I'll just piggyback on that was the fact one of the letters asked about wraparound services. Do we have the ability to kind of take care of the needs in our community? Looking at the overall development, 30% of it has to be affordable, which means 12 units. So we have Director of Community and Social Development. In our community and surrounding area, do we have enough wraparound services to support the additional, let's say 12 to 15 families that may be in the area that are in this affordable project?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you too, and to the rest of Council. Yes, we have sufficient services in the community. As service providers, our community comes together and continually assesses the type of services we need. We understand the growth projections for Stony Plain moving towards 30,000 people, and with that, we continue to review and evaluate the types of services and supports that are available.
Okay. Thank you. Members of Council? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to touch on traffic for a second. Was something that was brought up by a good number of our residents that were here with us this evening, and it came up in a number of the letters as well. And so was looking at page 66 here, 2.3, the last paragraph. Talks about the existing traffic in this area. And one of the things that stands out to me is it talks about how the volume of traffic on 46th Street already exceeds the typical volume for a local roadway. And so the projection in here was that with this development, if it's approved, could increase that level by 3%. And so maybe a small amount, but increasing on an already busy roadway. And then when I looked at some of our infill area and what's available in Meridian Heights for future development, the one area that was on our on our master plan is at the end of 46th North. And so when that gets developed out, there'll be some additional traffic as a result of that as well. And so just looking for some comments from administration on, what's in the plans. I looked at our transportation master plan and I didn't see anything there specific to this. And so what considerations are given there for traffic on 46th?
Okay. Go ahead.
Pardon me. Through your worship, the Councillor Anderson, thank you for the question. So just to take it back a little bit of a higher level with the TIA that we're referencing here. So the TIA goes on to further elaborate that the trip generation is somewhat equivalent to the current site. Currently at that location, there is a stop control that is a left turn that provides left turn, right turn egress onto 44th. Given the current circumstances, there is no plans right at this time to upgrade the intersection to either a three-way stop or a formal stop control like a stoplight. However, this would be evaluated in the future with either future TMPs or with our traffic monitoring program to see if we are seeing any negative effects from future development, whatever that development may be. However, it's something that the town does monitor. We do have the capabilities in-house to keep an eye on it, so to speak, and see if any changes are warranted through the process. I will also add that the existing crossing that is in that location, the pedestrian crossing that was brought up tonight, that is also on a list with our traffic safety initiative and charter. It is in the next 1 to 3 years, pardon me, of outlook to be upgraded with a rapid flashing beacon as well as a traffic crossing upgrade. Should this development get moved forward, that's something that we would talk about prioritizing as well.
Perfect, and I appreciate that with the consideration giving to the number of children that were referenced tonight, that those traffic lights or those crossing lights would be an important piece, so thank you for that. The second piece that related to traffic that came up a number of times was speeding on 44th. And I'm just wondering if administration can just provide some commentary there on what we currently do and maybe what we can do now that it's been raised as a concern in that area.
Thank you. And that will go over to the General Manager.
Your Worship, and through to Councillor Anderson. So thank you for that question. We do have automated traffic in our community, and 44th Avenue is likely our most busy zone. There's a school zone and there's also a playground zone there. So annually, and it hasn't been completed, it will be completed in 2022 with our contractor. However, in 20 and 21, the traffic volumes due to COVID-19, they did a study in 2020, a traffic analysis in 2020, and it didn't come back conclusive with enough. It did not even meet the thresholds, or it wasn't in alignment with what we've been receiving. So 2018 was the last data. In late 2018, they did a bit of a traffic analysis for us. And the reason why they do this, they set up a monitor for a week period throughout the year. It monitors 24 hours a day for 7 days straight. And it tells us, there's a lot of data, but the data that they provide us is how many speeders go through the zone during a specific time frame, what time of day, and what date they go through that zone. What that does is helps us determine where we should be setting up, and it also determines whether or not we're improving speeding initiatives or basically presenting less speeders in that particular area. So unfortunately, the most frequented times for speeders is during school zone times. So certainly our automated traffic enforcement in that zone during those particular times is warranted, and that continues to be a high area for us. Just as an example, during that week-long process, they tracked 11,000 vehicles traveling through that location over the 7-day period, over the 24 hours. Of those 11,000 vehicles, roughly 10% of those vehicles would have been issued a violation under our current speed. So the times where most of those infractions are occurring, I would say 8:30 in the morning is fairly light, but when we get into the lunch hour and then progress into, I just have to do my 24-hour math in my head here. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. About 9 o'clock at night is when it starts to drop off to zeros and ones in terms of infractions related to our bylaw.
Okay, thank you for that. Actually, that's, 10% would have been issued. That's higher than I thought it was. And so those are some pretty high numbers, especially considering it is school and park zone. And so I appreciate, the automated enforcement and the ongoing monitoring. I do have some concern, I guess, unrelated to the conversation tonight, but with those numbers. And so maybe I'll follow up there at a later time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Yes, and I think we do have reports of the heat mapping that the general manager is talking about. So every few years, we contract our automatic services provider again to monitor an area 24 hours a day for 7 days to get the heat map of do we enforce it with auto enforcement or peace officers, etc. And I think one of the questions that I asked a few of the presenters was, has there been reports of speeding there? Because I know I've received a lot of complaints about speeding on 628 behind High Park, on 779 and Veterans Boulevard. So when I receive those, I send them back to you, and then staff figure out what they're doing and how to enforce it. But in terms of an enforcement, have we received lots of complaints of speeding?
Your Worship, I would have to go back and get that information for you. I don't have that handy in terms of the number of complaints, but we certainly do from a clerk perspective. We track that through our system. Just of note, we track both directions. That would be east and westbound on that particular roadway. It's a 2% drop. Let me see here. So westbound traffic is driving. There's 2% drop in violation compared to eastbound traffic. So coming from the Safeway direction towards 779, there's less speeding happening as opposed to going the other direction.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Been fairly quiet this evening, taking in a lot of our residents' comments, which I definitely appreciate and consider. One of them I would like to highlight is, I believe it was Dr. Tracy speaking to the merits of this development, and I'd just like to list some of them. The new energy and environmental standards that this project can bring with it, its accessibility standards, its affordability standards. It was particularly taken by the consideration of a mixed age affordability. That's something that some of the other affordability projects we've had usually focus on the seniors, so I'm pleased to see that. I'm also pleased that we can utilize the transportation, the community transportation that we've got to stop there that they could utilize. These are all, I think also one of our presenters also spoke about wraparound services, and they listed schools, food services, parks and the like, and I think the area is fairly strong in those fields. Maybe taking a moment to acknowledge the sort of flub in notifying residents. It'd be unfortunate for a procedural thing to hang up a project with such merits. So, despite acknowledging our residents' concerns there, I do feel that this project, the bylaw change from P2 to R8, is good for the community. I think specifically also its closeness to the highway and ease of access makes it a good fit, as well as the other, similar type of buildings in the neighborhood. So in terms of those concerns, I hear our residents. but I think they can be mitigated. But I specifically wanted to draw attention to one of our applicants, Morgan Branford's comments regarding the local history of the Lac St. Anne Métis Association, and the point that these are community members already. They are our community members already, so that's important, as well as the long history that they've had in the region. So, but mostly I want to point out Morgan's point to an opportunity to reconcile. And most importantly, I wanted to highlight his comment about the empowering opportunity to be responsible for their own housing. In my mind, this is Métis Association stepping up and being good community partners. So I think this is a great opportunity for this community, and I'm, unless I hear something different from my councillors, I'm inclined to support the bylaw.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Meyer. And thank you for referencing I think what you believe that the good merits were, positives versus negatives, and also then referencing some of the impacts that the Métis Nation already has in our community. Any other members of council? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, a question for administration. My colleague to my left has gone through our land use bylaw quite swimmingly, and I've actually noticed a point that I do have a question for our administration in regards to our R8 high-density residential district. In line item 2.9.5, under the development regulations, it states that the maximum density is 80 dwelling units per hectare and 1 additional dwelling unit per hectare for every 2 parking stalls underground. No development may exceed 200 dwelling units per hectare. Where I find it interesting is it says the minimum is 40 dwelling units per hectare. I did my math on this project. It's a 1.65 hectare site. So the minimum would be 66 dwelling units, would it not? So if the proposal is a 56 dwelling unit, would that put it into a different zoning? Or would that be something we would consider a variance on and allow them to have less units than our minimum, which would in turn actually make it a very small, high-density development? Good.
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Laurie, I believe the site is 0.7 hectares in size. So maybe just a quick check there, but
I thought I took that right from the lead sheet.
My apologies. I can confirm that it is 0.7 hectares, which would come out to exactly 56 units as the minimum density. That being said, the density regulations technically could be varied under the land use bylaw, but I do believe their current proposal meets the minimums.
So I do see, so in the third paragraph of the background on page 8, it is listed as 1.65 hectares.
My apologies, that must be.
Okay, that answers my question on that, so I'm very happy to hear that. I did have one other question in regards to that land use bylaw. So one of the things that has been spoken about is the potential for a childcare facility on site. When I look at item number 10 in the bylaw, it says commercial uses must be completely contained within the building and must be located below residential uses. My understanding of the stacked townhomes, there wouldn't really be an opportunity for that childcare space to be below a residential use. So how would a childcare facility be able to exist on site if there was not residential on top of it?
And through your worship to Deputy Mayor Laurie, the site does present some unique challenges that would require some interpretation of the land use bylaw, I believe, and some need for understanding the intent of those regulations, and then making an informed decision. And if variances were required, those would have to follow a standard process of notification to nearby residents. However, there would be some interpretation there once the full details of the proposal were received.
Perfect, thank you. And then one last question, Your Worship, before we get into other comments. Through you to our administration. We did hear from the presenter, again, about the, as space allows, who this would be open to. But one of the particular questions that have been raised to me prior by residents, and as we heard tonight, was in regards to the urban reserve concept. Now, our presenter did speak to it and say that it cannot be. And so I'd just like clarification through our administration that that is in fact the case. And maybe we can ask the presenter, I'm not 100% sure, but just clarification that that is not a possibility on this site.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, yeah, I believe I can speak to that directly. As the presenter indicated, it'll be owned in fee simple by an association or a nonprofit. Getting into the technicalities of the federal law for creation of reserves, reserves. First requirement is it basically has to be a First Nation controlled or owned or a proposed site, and that's not the case in what we're talking about this evening. So that'll be the quickest or most direct answer I would provide on that, other than going into a fair amount of detail on legislation and federal law. And Your Worships, I'll stop there just to see if that's suffice.
Yep, that does. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. And it's also in the presentation as well. As mentioned that because it is an association and not a nation, they do not have those authorities, and that is not an ability to change that. Okay, members of council, any other questions and comments? Debate on the motion. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I had this on my list of questions and forgot to ask, but there's been ample discussion about the notices that have been sent out. But I guess my question is, are we confident that we've reached everybody that should be reached? With the understanding that July 5th, 28 residents were, we figured 128 were missed. As we sit here today, are we confident that everybody within that 300-meter radius would have been notified about our meeting here this evening?
Yeah, Your Worship, I'll say that yes, we are confident at this point in time. I know maybe a little bit of a shift in the systems from time to time, but we've sometimes received they're sent back to us as undeliverable or different owner and so on and so forth. So any given point in time when we send these out, there's probably a percentage that is returned to us for a variety of reasons. But when it speaks to the errors made, I believe that. We can confidently state that we sent those out to everybody, what would be in our normal defined radius.
Thank you.
Any questions? Comments? Debate? Debate? Yeah. This is open for comments, questions, and debate. If you want. Well, if you want to let me go first, I can ask all my questions first before you go in that.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. My list, a long list. Okay, definitely we've covered the receiving notices and letters late. I do believe that is a black mark on the town of Stony Plain. And if that happens again, somebody is going to get fired for this. I can't really say that, but I'm saying make sure that those priorities, making sure that we checked out. I think the town manager said that, there's supposed to be internal checks to make sure that does not happen again. Because I think some of the angst from the letters that I've read was that the fact that they didn't have the time to read or access the information to address it properly. And I understand that. I can feel that myself. When you get given something like 2 days ago and you need to respond to it now, or you don't get to say anything else ever again. So that does. But we do have assurances from administration earlier that will be taken care of. Speed has been taken care of already in terms of you got to report it so we can deal with it, and we also have monitoring. As mentioned by General Manager, it is scheduled for 2022 to do a heat map, so therefore we'll be able to see if it warrants a auto enforcement or maybe a peace officer or RCMP from time to time. The pedestrian crossing is a concern that I have as well. I grew up in that area. My cousins lived there, and we crossed that all the time. And then I'm glad to hear that the manager of infrastructure and whatever, planning infrastructure, I mentioned that it is on our safety list that will be upgraded in the next 2 to 3 years, which is really good. And a question regarding some concerns of being low income and affordable. Again, it was rectified in the presentation. Only 30% of the 50 units are affordable. Not subsidized, but affordable. And it's only 20% lower than what the median market is. So the remaining lots or units are at market rent. So the whole development is not a low-income project. Okay. One of the questions was employment and social services, wraparound services. I believe we heard from the manager that we do have adequate services to look after the 10 to 15 families that might be coming in that are part of the affordable side of this project. School capacity, that has been covered. Lack of infrastructure. So in terms of our infrastructure, based on the size of our storm, our water, wastewater, is there enough infrastructure that will supply water and sanitary to this location for 56 units?
Your Worship, with the reports that we received from this process, there's no concerns with the servicing for the site at this time.
Okay. Thank you. And then also in terms of roads, within town Stony Plain, we have local roads, collector roads, arterial roads. What are these roads, level of roads? So 44th, what level road is it? Does it have the capacity to accept the 135 extra generated trips? And then on 46, because on the site design, there is access to 44th and 46.
Your Worship, with respect to the trip generation, there's no concerns from the TIA as presented for this development.
Okay. And then so there is capacity?
Your Worship, that is correct. It's anticipated that this collector road will not be overwhelmed from this development with the trip generation report from the TIA.
Okay. Okay. Another question was regards of a soup kitchen, and I think that was answered during the presentation. It is not going to be a soup kitchen.
Your Worship, I missed that last part.
Okay. Thank you. I think members council asked these other ones already. So. Which one? Yeah, the soup kitchen. I think there was a letter that had some concept of this being a soup kitchen project as well.
Your Worship, let me just jump in there. Yeah, I think the applicant made clear that that's not the case. I think there was comments from the applicant. Many multi-unit developments of all kinds of styles have some sort of space available to host certain things, either as a family or what have you. They're pretty common, frankly, Your Worship, and they're certainly not soup kitchens.
Okay, thank you. And I think one member that had a general comment about, if council wanted to leave this as a park, what is the process that council would even start to petition the federal government to do this?
Pardon me, Your Worship, can you maybe rephrase that? Or
If council wanted to leave this as a park, as a not used land from the federal government, and maybe council sees fit it should be a federal park, as mentioned, what are the process and what are the steps if council chose to go that direction?
Your Worship, I can provide some comment there, I guess. I don't know if I could lay out specific steps, but I think the first thing to be aware of is, although it's the federal government at this point in time, that's privately held land. It's not a park at this point, regardless of what the zoning says, so to speak. It's private land, and public access to it is, not necessarily allowed. So, to truly have it turned into a park, probably the first and foremost, you'd have to at some point in time negotiate the sale of the land, which, Your Worship, I believe during the public hearing you outlined that, our understanding of the federal process is that there's a number of different checkpoints that land would may be made available to or for prior to it coming to the municipal government for opportunity to purchase. So is there a process there? Well, it would start with somehow getting ownership and ultimately having it under public lands and then turning it into a park of sorts. I'll stop there, Your Worship. That would be probably the first and most important step to have in place.
Okay, thanks. And there's a concern regarding community gardens. So in terms of community gardens, I know that APFA has community gardens, and so does the Multicultural Center. How do we regulate those in terms of what can go in there, who can use them?
Your Worship, like regulating community gardens, I don't know that we have something that, I'm looking across the room here. At best, noxious weeds is something that we in some ways regulate, but the risk of being facetious, we don't have a carrot bylaw or a potato bylaw of sorts, so.
Okay, so if this development, if this zoning gets passed and there's a community garden, if it's unsightly and it's not upkept, there is a way for the town to deal with this.
Your Worship, yes. So they would still have to comply with community standards, bylaws, and maintain that there's no noxious weeds or any kind of nuisance conditions on the site.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And I think that answers all the questions that I had marked off based on what I've read and what I've kind of comments that I've heard. So the floor is open for debates and additional comments after that. Go ahead, Councillor Laurie. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'll start by saying I appreciate, again, the level of public engagement that has actually occurred in this. When you look at the number of people who were in the chambers, you look at the people who reached out, etc. Although, yes, I would agree, there's a bit of a black mark there, and I'm not very happy with that miss. I'd say there actually was a good level of engagement and involvement. There was a lot of information out there all the way from first reading on. There was articles in the newspapers, there was advertisements in the newspapers, there was letters sent out by the applicant, there was a letter sent out by the town, there was online information, there was word of mouth, etc. So there was a lot of engagement that went on through this entire process. So I'll start with that. When I look at what's been proposed, and again, it's trying to also separate the fact that we're just talking about zoning, but we're talking about zoning because it's been requested for a specific project. I can't help but compare it to a similar project we have in town, which is Folkestone Manor, through the Meridian Housing Foundation. That is a building that was built for a specific purpose for a specific set of people. That building has a percentage of affordable or low-income housing. That building has a percentage set aside for a certain population being veterans, and the remainder is seniors. I believe it's 55 and above. So again, it's a very defined population. One thing that I will say is that we have that lived experience now of seeing that the development of that building has not negatively impacted the property values of the adjacent properties in that area. Again, as you look to other kind of similarities when we talk about, in fact, I was very glad to hear that it is not specific to the Lac St. Anne Métis Association. However, they are stating they will allow others, they will allow the general public, they will allow other First Nations, etc. And I go to and I say, okay, well, down the road, there is another building in which we had many residents come to speak to us from, which is Meridian Cove. Well, Meridian Cove has a restrictive covenant on it. You have to be over 18 to live in Meridian Cove. So, again, as I look at comparables, it's just a different covenant. It's just a different, I don't want to call it a requirement because we're not even being told it's a requirement. We're being told it is being built with a specific purpose, but it will be welcome and open to all. So that gives me a little bit of ease from something I was a little bit uneasy about. When we talk about location, a high density along a major arterial road within a stone's throw of a highway, it makes sense. When you talk about traffic, when you talk about the flow and everything that's going on. The conversation about lights at 46th Street to help manage traffic and slow down, well, we heard 10%, I think it was, would be issued citations. Maybe traffic lights there aren't a bad idea. Maybe as this development gets moving, maybe that is something that we need to consider, something that we need to look at. Maybe it's not actually a bad thing. I want to go back to the study that Dr. Roman, who actually spoke against this, brought forward to us. And he mentioned some of the key requirements to be around development such as this. The first that he talked about was grocery. And here's the key thing around this. What I'm about to say, these are all walkable, not drivable. These are walkable within our community. You have 3 decent grocery within walkable distance of that in Friesen, Red Apple, and Co-op. Doctors and wraparound services. There's a shortage of those everywhere, not just in Stony Plain. And health isn't necessarily our vertical. So I don't know that there are enough doctors. I don't know that there are enough wraparound services, but I don't know that you'd find that in any location in Stony Plain, any location in Spruce Grove, any location anywhere right now, frankly. Childcare, My Happy Place daycare, walkable distance. They're talking about on-site childcare. Wraparound services, we have our primary care network through the Westview Health Center, through AHS. Again, as mentioned, it's a little bit out of our hands, but I don't think there's any less there than you're going to find anywhere else. Gathering spaces. They've talked about on-site gathering spaces, but then again, I go back to that list of green spaces in the immediate area. The space west of Meridian Cove, the space north of Meridian Loop, the space north of Meridian Heights School, Meridian Heights Schoolyard itself, the space between Meridian Heights and St. Andrews, Rotary Park, the Rotary Wellness Outdoor Workout Park. There's a ton of gathering spaces to build community around there. Transit. You couldn't get any closer. There is literally a transit stop on the front porch of this property. And schools. Meridian Heights, 82% capacity. Forest Green, 79% capacity. Those are the 2 closest elementary schools. Memorial Composite High School, 84% capacity. There is lots of capacity in our schools for the children that would call this development home. The only schools right now that are over capacity are Stony Central and High Park, and as soon as the new Stony Central school is opened, those will now both be below capacity due to the realignments. I'd like to draw council's attention to page 25 of our package. Page 25 of our package is the feedback themes that came in, and predominantly these are the negatives, so those opposed. Decrease in property values, adverse impact on local school, increased crime rates, increased traffic, insufficient infrastructure, low-income housing, and seniors are more important. I encourage all of our public to read the 3 pages below that, because our administration does a very good job of addressing each and every one of those concerns. And simple, as I already mentioned, decrease in property values. We have no evidence or experience of that. The school impact. I've already talked about what our schools are at for capacity-wise. We know that's not an impact. Increase in crime. Again, no evidence or experience with a very similar development in our community. Increased traffic. There's a traffic impact assessment that shows us that this would be comparable. And I understand the visual aspect of an RCMP car versus a civilian vehicle is different, but the tires are still the same. It still rolls over that asphalt. And so whether that trip is a resident coming home or going to work, or an RCMP officer responding to a call or coming back to the detachment, it's still traffic flow. Infrastructure not sufficient. I mean, it couldn't be clearer. Study's been done, our admins answered it. Low-income housing. This one bothers me. Because why is it a negative thing to have low-income housing? Why is it a negative thing to provide options in our community that are attainable? And seniors are more important. I draw council's attention to page 71 in the proposed site characteristics. These include smaller, low upkeep, 1 and 2 bedroom units targeted for seniors, couples, and for young adults, and 3 to 4 bedroom units designed for large families. Seniors are included in this. They are important. I appreciate the feedback that we've received tonight. I appreciate the feedback that we received previously to tonight. But I have not found a reason on anything that has been brought forward to us that has not had an answer, that has not shown to either not have merit or to not be overcomable. This location for this type of a development, even just for this type of zoning, I find very appropriate. I think it will benefit the town of Stony Plain. I think it will improve and enhance the town of Stony Plain. And I hope the residents in the area who are against this project will come to see that as it moves forward. So unless I hear enough from my colleagues on council and the remainder of this, I will be in support of this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you for your comments, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to piggyback on my fellow councillor, when you talk about low-income housing and the negative notation about it, nowhere in our proposal from the people coming forward, the Métis group, did they ever call it low income. They called it affordable. And I want to make sure people understand there is a huge difference between affordable, low-income, subsidized housing. No different than there's a huge difference when you talk about seniors living or what you want to qualify as senior as 50, 55, 60. My parents are both in their 50s. They do not consider themselves seniors. My grandma, on the other hand, who is 90, we definitely qualify her as a senior. And so I think people need to be more open and understanding to what the actual terms mean and not just stick it in this little group and say, this is a bad thing. And so, like my fellow councillor, I'm currently sitting in support of changing the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, debate? Councillor Anderson.
Mayor, I want to echo Councillor Laurie's comments in thanking the community for the vast amount of feedback that was received, whether that was through surveys or emails or conversations or, showing up here tonight. My hope, and echo something we talked about a couple weeks ago, but my hope is that our residents feel heard and that their opinion is valued. Doesn't always mean that the decisions of council are in alignment with every resident. That would be impossible. But at the end of the day, we want our residents to know that their lived experience does have value and that their feedback is considered by council. And so thank you to the residents that engaged in that process. I appreciate council this evening and the consideration that's been given to each concern that's been raised by the residents that have been in attendance or shared their feedback in other ways. And I think it's great to see council providing thoughtful feedback and really taking those things under advisement in trying to make the best decision to move our community forward. Again, Councillor Laurie spoke on page 25 there of the feedback themes, and again appreciate different members of council speaking to the majority, if not all of those, at some point this evening. As we consider this, the first question that I asked was based on need. And, is this a need that we have in our community? And we received a housing strategy, or a housing strategy was released for the town of Stony Plain in January. And the number that jumped out for me was that there were 760 households in core housing need in our community. And so you think about how many people that is, how many children that is, how many parents or grandparents that is. 760 households is a significant number. Page 98 of that housing strategy, there's a table there, and it breaks down the existing non-market housing availability in our community. And, all added together, there's 344. So not even half the availability of non-market housing compared to the need that exists. And to dig a little bit deeper into that, you know, a good portion of it is designated for seniors through the Meridian Housing Foundation. And so we're talking about a huge need in our community here tonight. You know, one of the challenges that I'm learning on council is trying to balance feedback from the community with the best needs of our community and what will move us forward. And, you know, we heard, you know, significant reasons why there are some challenges here. And I think some of the responses are yet to be seen for our residents. And so we've talked about stormwater and how, you know, it's been shared, maybe there's been some flooding or, you know, some concern around there. And it's one thing for us to say that there will be mitigation in place, but I think it will be a different picture for them to see that come to fruition. And so, again, I am very, very grateful for the feedback of our community. I'm very thankful for the time and investment of the Lac St. Anne Métis Community Association for being here with us this evening. But pending further discussion this evening, I also would be in favor of moving this forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Any more comments, debate? Councillor Pletch, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Tonight's been a very intriguing night. And as we talked about some of the things that individuals brought forward, I did a little researching and I found something that really sets and resonates for something that I've heard at this table tonight. And I just want to quote it from somebody that's already quoted it. So it comes from the Alberta and Canada announcing funding for Indigenous housing. And I believe it's Minister Pond that says this, and I think it resonates for everything that we need to understand. Everyone deserves a safe, affordable, and accessible home, and this important project will provide good homes to those who need them. Indigenous people are overrepresented among the houseless, and having access to affordable homes keeps a roof over the head of more Indigenous people and offers a safe place for people to build their lives and heal. This project is a good example of what can accomplish when different orders of government and Indigenous governments and organizations work together. Here is two organizations that sit today here in a room with multitudes of people that talk about why a project should not come together. And I'm pretty proud of a council that I sit with, looking past, but looking to the future of what can be done with a community. And my hope is, by working with the group that's about to move forward, hopefully, once we've heard from the rest of our councillors, that they set an example in a community of what can be a good community. And I believe that the plan that you will bring forward will set that standard. So unless others in this council can convince me otherwise, I believe tonight that I will support this project. I think it's a worthy project for our community. It's a step in the right direction, and it's a bold move for a council today to move a community forward. And it is the right area, as Councillor Laurie said, it is the right area. It's an area for great accessibility for those that don't always have accessibility. And, you know, I look forward to seeing them within our community, and we see them every day. You just don't know it. You just don't know who in our community is one of them individuals. And it's not about who they are anymore. It's about we are people, and each one of us deserves equal opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Any other comments? Nate? Okay. Another question for administration. If administration can turn to page 15. Looking at the proposed bylaw change is for the first 3/4 of that lot there. the property that is very adjacent to Meridian Cove is actually used as a parking lot. Is that still being used as a parking lot?
Your worship, we're looking into that right now. If we can just have a second to confirm something.
Okay. Okay, I'll just follow up with another question then. So this proposed rezoning does not touch that. This is not included that parking lot. So we're not taking parking away from whatever services are using that parking area.
Yes, Your Worship, it's our understanding that that parking lot, I believe it's directly to the north of the subject site that you're speaking about. We have no reason to believe that that would not continue to be parking to serve the law courts. We have no knowledge that they plan to change. But again, it does not affect this application we have today.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments by members of council, and thank you for the residents that came forward to submit letters, talk to members of council, and to also present at the public hearing. This is what the process is all about. It is having that conversation with our community. We heard from members of the community that maybe there's concerns regarding the proposed change. And yes, I think we all, as members of council, can share those concerns and can visualize and put ourselves in that spot. But us as a council has to look above that, is what is the best redevelopment opportunity for this site. And mentioned by members of council, based on the proximity to major highways, the walkability, accessibility to services in the area, and also our transit that we've just started, there is a stop right in front. I think it meets the needs of an affordable development, and I think that is something that our community has been needing in the last few years. Through the last 3-4 years, we've talked a lot about affordability and accessibility for our residents. We're trying to build a community for everyone. It doesn't matter if you're rich, or if you're poor, or if you're tall, or if you're short, right, or the color of your skin. That Stony Plain is home. As you can feel proud to call Stony Plain home. So in terms of this development going forward from a P2 to an R8, that does that. That provides that opportunity for us to provide housing, density, and inclusion in our communities. So I will be voting in favor of the motion as well. Councilor Hansard, anything to say?
Yes. I think we're ready to vote, Your Worship. I have nothing more to say, and I hope it doesn't take us this long to talk about the next motion.
Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? Okay, that's carried. Councilor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2661, LUO 22.
Okay. Administration.
Your Worship, the administration has no further presentations.
Thank you. So, Council, again, this is third reading. We have to pass all 3 readings before it becomes a bylaw. We definitely had a great conversation amongst council, and we have great feedback from the presenters and also our residents that live in the area. Any more questions, comments, and debates before I call the question? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. Thank you. Moving on to bylaws 8.2. Councilor Anderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2662/DEB/22, a bylaw to authorize debenture borrowing in the amount of $1,826,000 for the construction of the North Business Park Lift Station.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Administration, go ahead.
And good evening, Your Worship and all of Council. On June 13th, Council passed the first reading of the debenture bylaw regarding the North Business Park Lift Station. The borrowing bylaw has been advertised in the local paper for 2 weeks as per the MGA requirements, and we did not receive any public responses. Upon final reading of the debenture bylaw, administration will proceed with debenture draw as necessary for project payments. With this debenture approved, the debt limit utilized would be 50% of the provincial limit and 63% of the internal debenture limit. This project will be funded 70.3%, which is the 1.826 on the screen, from the wastewater utility rate financed by debenture, and 29.7, which is $769,459 from offsite levies. I will now take any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Members of Council, questions and comments regarding the motion? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to administration. You mentioned the debt limit. So even though this is coming from the utility and is essentially a self-funding because the utility covers its costs, we are still then required by the province to apply this to our debenture limits, correct?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Laurie and all of Council, that is correct. The debt limit also takes into consideration the revenue that we gain from utilities as well, so it does calculate both the revenue in that calculation to offset. So if we didn't include the utility revenue, our debt limit would actually be lower as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, and debate? Okay, I have a question to administration. In terms of the interest rate for this debenture, I know the rates have gone up in certain situations. Is this one of the cases where the rates have gone up since we first passed and talked about it during for first reading?
Through you, Your Worship, and to all of Council. So the Alberta financing rate has gone up. It publishes every month. However, administration has sought to financial institutions as well. There are a lot more options right now in regards to borrowing, and so once the third reading is done on this debenture, we will seek the best interest rate possible. For the time, there's a lot more options out there.
Okay, and I think in the bylaws it's not to exceed 8%.
Correct, sorry, and Your Worship, to answer your question, we're looking at around 5% right now. So Alberta Capital Finance Authority 20-year rate is 4.91. When I brought the first reading, it was 4.67. So it's gone up almost 0.2 percentage points there. And some of the financial institutions that we're looking at have some lower down to 4.55.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any more questions for clarity? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, I know Wednesday, the Bank of Canada is expected to increase their rate and potentially quite considerably. And so I'm just wondering, is there a way that a rate can be locked in before that happens, or is this month publishing, will that rate stay for the duration of the month? Just curious how that will impact things moving forward.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of Council, that is one of the advantages with going to a financial institution. So for example, Alberta Capital Finance Authority, we need to notify them by the end of July for a draw for September. So that means the rate we receive will be their September rate. And given the circumstances of the economy and the projections, that may not be the most advisable. So as soon as this is finalized, we will be contacting those financial institutions. They're basically on deck, they're basically on hold waiting for us.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Moving on to number 9, business items, 9.1, the recreation facility update. Go ahead, administration. Oh yeah, sorry. Look at that, I missed third reading. Yeah, it's a long night. Councillor Meyer, please.
Excuse me.
You're tired too. So.
Good timing. The Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2662/DEB/22.
Okay, any more comments, debate on that? And I just would echo the comments of Councillor Anderson, as the Met Canada is looking at increasing rates. As soon as we pass this bylaw, by about 8 a.m. in the morning, you're on the phone trying to get us the best rates locked in before that happens, right? Yeah, I see nodding, right? Thank you. Okay, call the question, all in favor? Thank you. And that is then Third reading. Is there a fourth reading? Just don't make sure. Okay. All right, moving on to number 9, business items. Hey, I've been up since 5 o'clock today, so let's finish it up. 9.1, go ahead, administration.
All right. Your worship, members of council, this evening we're going to give you just a bit of an update, a Q2 update on the recreation project and what we've done and where we'll be going in the next 2 quarters. So in February 2022, we did have a report to council, and we did outline, and primarily that conversation talked about the different types of construction methodology, and we also talked about estimated projected costs. So council at that time talked to us about not much variance between the three construction types, and did not direct us to pick any one of the 3, but certainly gave us flexibility in the design of the rec facility to consider all 3 of these options as our end construction type. At that time, we also did share with council the projected schedule. So in 2022, targeted engagement and detailed design completion. And then as we get into the detailed design is completed, we come back to council in early 2023 or late 2022, depending on when the work is completed, to get a decision of council to move to that construction phase, which would then ask us to go to tender and then award and then start construction of the project. So quick summary of what's happened in Q1, Q2 of 2022. So we have completed targeted stakeholder engagement. So targeted means those that are likely to use a facility or rent a facility for their types of uses in the community. Operational design review. So we took the operational staff that would be projected to operate the building and actually look at the building and some of the adjacencies and how everything relates with each other in terms of we don't want the janitorial room 600 meters away from where it's going to be most needed. So those types of things we looked at with respect to ensuring that the architect did take into consideration operational considerations. Also spatial efficiency. So can we use 2 change rooms for curling and field use? Can we use those change rooms for future phases? So making sure that everything was utilized to an efficiency spectrum in terms of not just having 12 dressing rooms that 10 of them sat vacant for the vast majority of time versus maybe we need 6 dressing rooms where they're utilized quite often. Also did some review of the utility connections. So we looked at the Old Town community site itself and looked at what future connections would be required based on our conceptual design of that entire space, which includes the rec facility, in terms of do we have enough storm, do we have enough sewer, water, and road corridors to achieve what we need to achieve related to the rec facility. Again, stormwater, which I just mentioned. Also looking at grant sourcing. So we have looked at a few grants related. There's one large grant federally that does not have an intake at this time, but we certainly do have an application ready to go when they do open that up for application, and that is a quite sizable grant related to this particular project. And I've also been speaking with sponsorship contractors to look at a program that would help us either sell specific areas of that building or get, as the TLC does, naming rights and those types of things related to sponsorship. So this is just showing you a bit of the work. So you can see on the 4 tiles on the outer edge, that's different iterations of how spaces fit together. So don't look at the size necessarily of those spaces, but it certainly just talks about what should be adjacent to each other and what should we be considering. And the middle space is the commentary that we received back from our stakeholder engagement in terms of things that we should be including or considering in this particular facility. So this is first design of the facility overall. Next steps from here is for the architect to go back and look at the overall size of the facility. The aquatics facility is shown not because there's any decision about making it or, building it or it being a future phase, but certainly it's being shown so that we can understand if we were to move forward with that phase 2, or when we move forward with that phase 2, how it relates to the overall building from an operational perspective. The design does show this curling facility. We continue to have conversations with the curling club. They're very close to understanding exactly what the dollar value is that they will receive back from their insurance company. Until the money's in the bank, they won't confirm exactly what that total is. But they're very confident that they will receive full value for the facility that they lost. And this is just showing the second floor view of the facility. From a site perspective, nothing has changed. We've only updated the picture to show what was just shown in the previous, in terms of a little bit more detail of the facility, in terms of how that might fit on the west lands on the Old Town Community site. So that would be adjacent to 57th Ave and Brickyard Drive, adjacent to the Stony Plains Central School. Schedule moving forward, not much has changed with respect to the schedule. Design completion again by the end of this year. With that, we may be in the chambers before that Q1 2023 to talk to council about construction decision. And also there's a second motion this evening that we're asking for yourselves in terms of funding related to this. So the two and two are hand in hand with each other. Q1 is just mirroring the report that we provided you in February, but there's a good opportunity or a chance that will come back in Q4 2022 for council's debate and discussion. And then everything else flows out from council's decision to move to construction and actually having the funding in hand to move to that construction tender and award phase. So I think once we get to the end of this year, the schedule will be more known in terms of when the construction and the funding discussion happens with council, and that will dictate the rest of the project. Your Worship, happy to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Open the floor for questions and clarity from members of council. Councilor Pletchko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Worship, through to administration. I'm just wondering, where did a rink go to? We have lost a rink.
Your Worship, to Councilor Pletchko, I'll just pull that slide up so we can reference it.
So I get that, but we are, why is it not shown?
So at this point, we've focused most of our efforts onto that first and second phase, understanding that there's opportunity for us to put a facility, an ice facility, onto this building. Being that that's phase 3, council may choose to locate it up here. They may choose to put it onto this facility. There's several options that could exist related to ice. So at this point, we focused on making sure that the first 2 phases for sure would fit on this site as the initial. As you can see, there's a lot of green space over here that can function, and there's also parking can be reorganized to ensure that an ice arena or an ice complex of some sort would fit with this particular building.
So I'll be honest with you, I'm quite disappointed not to see it there, because I suspect with a $20 million, with the cost of everything going up today, there may be a possibility of somewhere along here that a council sees fit that the arena is more costly than, is less costly than the aquatic center to be able to move forward. And I get that you can just plunk it in there, but from a perspective for our community who are looking for ice rinks, this doesn't show anything.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, it's easy for us to speak with our architect and put this on future drawings as we move forward.
Yes. And then phase 3, as from conceptual design, would be attached to the building. So let's continue with that conversation and that line of speak until council directs different. Deputy Mayor.
Your Worship, looking at the concept map that is included on page 405 and that we had the presentation on, one thing that I noticed that seems to be lacking is spectator space. particularly in the dry sport area. So we do see for the curling rink, which I'm overjoyed to see this connected to this facility finally, to see that come to fruition. They've obviously got a great viewing area up top there that's set up for them. The pool has, the Future Aquatic Center has the on-deck viewing in an area there, but I don't see anywhere designated for dry sport viewing. And when I see everything that's included in that dry sport, I see the potential for Stony Plain to attract many different tournaments in all the different sports that could be accommodated there. But it just seems like the spectator aspect of that's been overlooked. Can you speak to how spectating would be accommodated in this?
Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor Laurie, certainly additional conversation has to happen. This is just the first cut of our engagement process. As you can see on the diagram, there's not a lot of detail related to space. It's basically showing this is where change rooms would go, or administration areas would go, where mechanical would go. With respect to spectator seating, we have opportunity to bring in portable seating. Certainly, a facility of this size is not going to have just standard doors. You would have oversized doors that can get equipment in and out, because often speaking, these types of facilities do encourage other uses that would require larger pieces of equipment to come in and out of the building. So I would suggest that as we continue moving forward in the design process, the spectator component would begin to start to being more developed.
So thank you. And part of the reason why I bring that forward is looking at the size of that dry sport area, what's included, I would expect that actually there would be a component of spectating that would be on the second level where the walking track is. That would be more of a permanent fixture than a temporary fixture. I do agree that, in special events, temporary seating, et cetera, is easy to accommodate. But I do think that, even if there were to be an inclusion of, say, 2 rows of fixed seating around the inner perimeter of the walking track, overlooking that entire dry sports area below, that at least provides us with a certain level of permanent seating that is always there and always available for your everyday activities that will be going on there. And then larger events obviously can be supplemented with additional seating. So be curious to see that. I don't really know there's a response there, but just be curious to see that as this continues to move forward. I will state in regards to the rink, I appreciate Councillor Plechko's comments. I think what we have to continue to keep in mind that, we're building regional recreation facilities, and we do have a regional partner who has just chosen to move forward with 2 additional ice surfaces. So although I would love to see more ice surfaces within the town of Stony Plain in a sooner time frame, I think that need has definitely been addressed. But that does leave me with one last question for administration. The original plans had, I can't remember what we called it. It was like an adventure park. There was talk about rock climbing and things like that. Is that still included somewhere in this conceptual plan?
Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor, Deputy Mayor Laurie. Certainly is. Again, you're not going to see that detail here. It is that type of detail often is going to be when we get to that 3D stage or 2D stage in terms of seeing walls and elevation and stairwells and those types of things. So it was part of the initial conversations that we had with our community, and it certainly will continue to be fleshed out, and options will be provided. Again, with this particular project, we do have a projected budget. That projected budget may come with some options that we have to consider when we come to council with respect to the final design and the costs related to that final design. As I think we're all aware that today's construction market has changed substantially from February when we had this initial conversation. And as we add more, it just adds more square footage, and that adds more cost. But certainly those are the types of conversations that we're looking forward to having with council when we come in with that design, that final design, and the costing implications.
Thank you. Okay, and before I go on to Councillor Hanson, there was a slide there that had the community engagement. Can that be sent to council so we can read it?
It's actually copied in your report. If I can just change this. So that information is captured on page 404 of your report.
But can you bring the other slide up where it has it kind of all that design stuff? Yeah, so can we get the copy of that? Because it's actually easier for us to share that information than have somebody to read it, because...
Can we get a copy of the presentation?
Yeah,
Because it's
okay.
it's not in our agenda, so a copy of the presentation would be great.
For sure. I'll PDF it and we'll email that out to council.
Okay, thank you. Council answer?
Get clear, and I'm glad Councilor or Deputy Mayor Laurie asked the question about the Adventure Center. That's one thing I've heard quite a bit about from residents, and I wasn't part of the last council that put a lot of these things into place, but I think you guys have done a great job, and administration as well. Can you just give us an idea where it might be, if there's going to be an adventure center, particularly with a rock climbing wall and some place where parents can take children and not defined, planned, organized sports, but where kids can play in the winter months?
Your worship, through to Councillor Hansard, so depending on what the adventure area looks like, if it's a rock climbing wall as an example, I've been part of facilities where it basically has been part of an exterior wall. Just have to remind you that that takes special equipment. There has to be people there for this from a safety perspective. So it will require a bit of area in terms of while that amenity area is in play or in use, it would eliminate the use of that part of the facility, as we do need people belaying. You need harnesses, ropes, all of those types of safety mechanisms in play. So I would suspect that within that dry sport green box, it would probably likely be located there. Have also seen facilities where they have it incorporated in their common area, so their lobby space. So when you walk in, Red Deer is an example of that. If you've ever been to the Collicutt Center in Red Deer, you walk into the building, there's a huge rock climbing complex as soon as you walk through the front doors, and it's basically there as soon as you walk in. So there's several options that can be entertained. Again, height and ability to place it will be the determining factors.
Okay. And one last question, Mr. Mayor. I'm very happy again with the rest of council that the curling rink is being incorporated. I don't expect numbers to be shared here because it may not be public, but is the curling rink or the curling club contributing out of the insurance money from when their facility burned sadly to the ground last year?
Your worship, through to Councillor Hansard, it is the intention of the curling club to contribute any funds that they would have related to insurance to a partnership with the town of Stony Plain to have their facility located with our facility. They have a high desire to relocate with our facility.
That's all I had.
Thank you. In your question regarding the adventure wall, I think council had the opportunity to visit the Manlack Center in Wetaskiwin. We had a tour there. We did our strategic planning there, and they have their adventure wall right in the front as a feature coming in, so you can go up and down on all the sides. But yes, it is, because it is a adventure wall or climbing wall. There has to be safety protocols in place to make sure that people are safe when they're doing it. Okay, Councillor Meyer.
Yes, I'd just like to raise some similar concern to the previous bylaw or debenture bylaw. We were talking about increasing tax or interest rates there. Considering that this is going to be a much larger debenture, I'm curious if administration has considered any contingency plans, such as moving up the approval or anything like that in consideration of those rising interest rates.
That's a great question. I think I asked that question before. How do we
Great minds must think alike or something.
Yeah, can we get $50 million in line of credit somewhere at fixed rates? Just in case we approve it?
Just in case.
Certainly, I can provide a few comments there, but I believe the second part of the motion in front of council tonight is essentially a direction to start to solidify and focus in on the direct, potential revenues and so on. As council's aware, we've sort of spoken in a broader context of total cost of $15 million with council will be aware there's some of the offsite levies are looking to fund that. I believe there is a tax supported or debenture supported portion. And then what I would consider, third party financing, whether that's grants or partners and so on and so forth, right? So, that's a bit of a longer answer, but I want to just outline that, the intent over the next few months now is to really put more time, effort into that. So specifically about advancing a line of credits and so on, or maybe being a little, maybe taking looks at different options that we haven't traditionally looked at. I think one thing I heard from our manager of finance tonight, when we are looking at some of the private loans, or so to speak, bank loans and so on. So I'm not sure if anyone wants to add anything further to that, but
Thank you. Just in line with that also is, if you recall, City Spruce Grove was in the council chambers and they were talking about their particular project and regional funding that they had identified or allocated towards their particular project. We're aware that, and was stated in the report, that Parkland County has allocated $6 million of funding to both of our regional projects. So if they're calculating about a 1.6, then there's some residual left that we're assuming will come to the town of Stony Plain related to our project. So certainly that's informal. There's not a piece of paper that says definitively this is who's getting what and how it's distributed, but based on the public presentation that was done both in our chambers and both in Parkland County's chambers, it did identify that total and that percentage total towards their project. So the other component to this too is, as we continue moving through the design, we are engaging cost consultants. So again, until you tender, you're not going to know 100% what your building is going to cost or the construction value will be, but certainly we do have people that we can lean on at percentage places. Certainly this building, our architect is going to go out to a cost consultant and say, basically, this is the square footage, what's the square foot price today for a facility of this nature. So we'll have some preliminary costing, which will allow us to come back to council with that third party and funding request and understand with more definitive detail and maybe a bit more certainty. I'm not going to say 100%, but we'll have certainly a bit more informed idea as to what the construction costs may come in at.
Thank you. Anything else? Deputy Mayor?
Oh, it's left my head. Oh, my God. No, thank you, Your Worship. Knew it was there. It's getting late. Yeah, we'll make this quick. We had some information, council has received some information previously about some options for extending the usability of the outdoor pool from summer onward while we're awaiting the future aquatics phase. I'm just wondering when council can expect to receive the next update on that.
The August 22nd meeting of council. Unfortunately, the lead person working on it on behalf of our architect left. So they're not sure what the status of the information and the report writing is. So they were collecting that information last week, and I should see a draft of that particular report this week or next. And our target is to bring that to you in August.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two just super quick questions, and it might be too early to answer these, but on the drawing, there was a couple of lines between the field house and the court space, and then another line between what looked like pickleball or badminton courts, and then basketball and volleyball. Is there any idea whether that be a permanent wall or a curtain or anything to that degree?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, I would probably suggest that that's a curtain in terms of if the field's in play, that would stop the balls from going over to the other. And if the courts are in play, then again, that stops volleyballs and those types of things. So you can have multiple activities happening at the same time.
Sure. Awesome. Thank you. And then second, just quickly, the field house looks like a soccer field. Is that, AstroTurf, kind of like an indoor soccer field, or projected to be more like a Commonwealth kind of artificial grass sort of field house?
Your worship, through to Councillor Anderson, that's a really good question. We've had several debates on that. The trend is going more towards the Commonwealth type facility, and I think that would provide us more opportunity and more flexibility with the space overall. In speaking with Councillor Laurie with his other hat, being the executive director of a soccer association in Spruce Grove, the trend certainly is more towards an open field versus a boarded facility. His comments are, we've got enough boarded facility within our region to take up that aspect of soccer play versus this being a more open field concept.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Seeing none. Let's see. It's Deputy Mayor's turn again to make a motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move that Town Council accept the Recreation Facility Project update for information and direct administration to develop formalized third-party financing for council consideration in Q4 of 2022.
Okay, thank you. Members of Council, any debate on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. That is carried. Moving on to council information and discussion items. Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly reiterating our appreciation for the residents that provided their feedback on our discussion this evening. And as our last sort of meeting for before we break for the summer, I just want to wish everyone happy, healthy, restful, relaxing summer break. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll echo those sentiments from Councillor Anderson. And
thank you. Stop.
Just remind residents with the impending beautiful summer heat tomorrow to drink lots of water and enjoy the sunshine.
Thank you. Councilor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Couple of good things, I guess. I just want to put a reminder out there that on Wednesday, July 13th, is not only Tim Hortons Camp Day, where you could buy a hot or an iced coffee for Tim Hortons to help support local kids going to camp. It is also our summer session from 6:30 to 8. On Thursday, we have our Midsummer Thursdays, and it's focusing on wellness, as well as from 7 to 8 p.m. there's the Culture Campfire. And we have the Blueberry Bluegrass Festival coming up July 29th to 31st. So those are all positive things. Only other concern I had was I wanted to ask Amin, I appreciate Public Works getting out and cutting the grass, especially in Greybrier. It has been brought to my attention, though, for some reason the culverts areas seem to get missed, and so the grass continues to grow, blocking culverts, leading to some water issues. Can Amin tell me if they're going to come out and finish clearing the culverts, or is that just how it's going to be?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Loynes, the rains have definitely hampered us getting into some of those locations, including key culverts. I'm sure you can imagine when it gets kind of a self-defeating system. The more the grass grows, the more it plugs the water, the harder it is to cut the grass. Staff are aware of this, and they're working through the backlog with the trimming and the rest of the grass operation. It is on our radar, so to speak. We're trying to get on top of it before it becomes a problem as much as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Councillor Hansford?
We had the biggest crowd so far this year last Wednesday at summer session, so just a reminder to everybody to come out. It's my favorite part of summer with the town of Stony playing free concerts.
Thank you. Councillor Meyer?
I will take a pass this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletchko?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I just wanted to wish councillors, but for more administration, a good summer, and we look forward to seeing you back this fall. 30 days from now, really, is what it amounts to. So you enjoy your summer and have a good time. Councilors the same. Everybody take it safely and have fun.
Okay. Thank you. Just an FYI for council, myself and the Mid-High City Mayors, as long as Council Pleshko attended a couple meetings down in Calgary during the Stampede. Great opportunity for us to network and lobby with the provincial government, as we know that there is a leadership race that's happening. So whoever wins that leadership race will be the next premier. To make sure that we're kind of in the groove there, and make sure we advocate for what we need within the town of Stony Plain. Also, since we were down there, that was my first experience of the Stampede, of how much the community is involved and the surrounding communities are actually in doing Stampede things. And even in Cochrane and Airdrie, that like the whole region is doing Stampede. So talking with Mayor Sohi and Councillor Cartmill, I was like, can we start brainstorming on what we can do in our region that celebrates our region? And some of the comments going back was back in the 80s when Connacht Days was the regional thing. Everybody attended Connacht Days and everybody bought into that. So maybe, as we start thinking around and we network and we're going out and doing our stuff over the summer, think of things that you see when you're on vacation or you're going visiting other people is, what is that community doing that we maybe can bring back to our community, and then think of the larger picture to make sure that we become a very vibrant kind of Edmonton Metro region. Okay. To administration, I got a request regarding the playground at Brickyard. It's been fenced off or taped off for the last year. Is there any update on that?
Your Worship, my understanding is the safety surfacing and the supplies related to replacing and repairing safety surfacing is compromised. So it's not safe for people to play on it at this point.
So the safety surfing as in like
The rubber.
It's roughed
surfacing.
up that you get cut?
It's disappeared. There's big chunks of it not there. So whether, I'm not sure how it's being taken away, but it's not there. So our staff are capable of putting that surfacing down. It's just getting the supplies to do it.
Okay, thank you. And then just want to just hop onto the back of what Deputy Mayor said about regarding the heat. Make sure to stay hydrated. And for those that are in the area, we do have some cooling stations within the town of Stony Plain. So if you see anybody that is vulnerable and is overheating, there are locations. Just contact our staff, and we'll direct you to the proper cases where they can actually go down and cool down, so that they can kind of alleviate the heat in the meantime. With that, enjoy the summer break, and we'll see you guys in August. Have a good evening.